Welcome to the True Mouse Games YouTube channel, and welcome to a continuation of our D&D one-shot, where I suppose it is a D&D two-shot now. Since last week, we played a game where everyone was playing gnomes, the Tinker games, and we did not manage to finish it because I completely miscalculated the time. And yeah, sandbox games are weird like that. Anyway, so welcome to the second part of our all-gnome D&D two-shot, the Tinker games. My name is Alex, and I have once more the honor of being your dungeon master for the evening. We have played a session, so we have some story going on already. So let me tell you what happened last time for those of you who might not have watched it. Basically, the player characters are representatives of one of the gnomish city-states that meet once every 3 years, each sending one inventor and a team of, well, helpers in the widest sense of the word, to compete and present their newest inventions to the high tinkers, the judges in this competition. And then whoever city-state wins gets a lot of funding from Glimmerfall, the gnomish capital, and of course also a lot of prestige. Now, the player characters are basically a team surrounding a young, naive, but supposedly quite genius, an inventor called Kasji Six Eyes, a young gnome from the city of Ebonstein. He has his invention that he's presenting is a mining drill powered by, you'll never guess it, hamsters. Somehow that works. It's gnomish engineering. Anyway, there is 2 other cities that are competing. There are supposed to be 3, but the 3rd city had to drop out before the competition because their inventor was injured during an explosion while he was inventing stuff. Anyway, the other 2 cities are the city of High Spin and the city of Umberdeep. The city of Umberdeep is probably the favorite for winning this year's competition, for they have sent a woman called Sadri Knifehand, a very famous older gnomish inventor who is famous for inventing all kinds of which aren't really that warlike, but she is. And the city of Umberdeep, which is so far down underground that is nearly in the Underdark, is actually a bit more warlike than most of the other gnomish cities. Sadri is inventing some sort of repeating bolt thrower mounted onto like a clockwork spider, a mechanical spider. That's what the rumors say anyway. The city of Highspin has, excuse me, has sent an inventor called Valen Cloudhair, because he has hair like Einstein, just puffy and everywhere. And he is working on some sort of flying device, basically, some sort of gyrocopter thing. And he has also brought 2 assistants, twins, or brother and sister anyway, Lyra and Lauren, 2 gnomes that seem up to quite a few tricks. The representative of Umberdeep, Mistress Sadri Knifehands, has not brought any helpers except for 3 large mechanical spiders, which are her helpers and her team. Now, the competition, the Tinker Games, go on for 2 days and 2 nights. We have already played the first day and the first night. It is the morning of the second day. And so far, every team has their own workshop, which is a large warehouse, basically, guarded by a troop of city guards, an elite group of city guards called the Herders, which are using small smoke elementals, things that sit on their shoulder and help them in fights and stuff. And each team has been given 6 of those guards to guide the workshops. The guards also bring in their food, which is prepared in a tavern called the Thrice Burned Tavern. And the kitchen there is already also quite heavily guarded, as our player characters have established. The warehouses themselves are protected against magical usage by lanterns that change their light to red whenever there is magic nearby, basically. That is what our player characters have already discovered. And in fact, it is forbidden for this contest to be helped along with the use of magic, for this is a contest of engineering and gnomish ingenuity, not gnomish magic as such. However, there is, of course, a second part, an unofficial part, if you so wish, of the competition, which is basically sabotage. Gnomes love pranks and sabotage and industrial espionage. It's really just a slightly larger type of prank, right? So our player characters have already discovered that their warehouse is being watched by urchins, and they have also discovered which of the teams is in which warehouse. The northern warehouse is the one where the team from his twins or his brother and sister team from there, and they have actually hired the urchins to spy upon the the other two workshops. And one of the urchins has been bribed by the player characters, and he will, if there's any larger comings and goings, any larger doings, will report to them, basically. And on the eastern side, the eastern warehouse is the one where Sadri Knifehand from Umberdeep is situated and is working on her mechanical spider device. Our player characters have also realized that someone has been hiring thugs to do something with them. They have been following those thugs to their headquarters and found a large chest there, and also a guy calling himself Master Callan, who was like the leader of these thugs. However, two of our player characters went in there magically disguised as Lyra and Lauren, the two brother and sister duo from High Spin, and then realized that Master Callan, in fact, we realized nearly too late as they were attacked by the thugs and Master Callan, that Master Callan was in fact probably Lauren, one of the two brother and sister duo, and therefore obviously immediately realized that the player characters were not who they pretended to be. However, they managed to somehow foil the plan of these people, apparently by exposing their hideout or some other way, and that they have realized that this chest that they found, that there was a rust monster inside this chest, and they have heard that the guards have basically taken it out in the meantime. It's been roaming around the streets uncontrolled. I don't know what this rust monster was supposed to do, but rust monsters make metal rusty, and both their machine, the mining drill powered by hamsters, and Mistress Sadri Knifehand's machine, the mechanical spider with the bolt thrower, is of course made of metal. So it's definitely an act of sabotage. After that, after the narrow escape from the thugs and the discovery of this, they have returned to the workshop, and they have been sleeping the night away, and had a good night's rest, basically. And we are now on the next morning, the second day of the 2 days and 2 nights of the Tinker Games, which means we have pretty much exactly half the time left. Now, we're jumping into the game. Oh, by the way, we are 1 player down today. Our friend who is playing Dali Thunberg, the wizard, might be late, or he might not show up at all. We don't know yet. So for now, the wizard will just stay behind in the workshop and play guard duty, guard Kasji and his invention and his hamsters. The rest of you are free to do as you please. As we are jumping into the game, the guards have just brought you breakfast, and you are sitting around the small table in the workshop with Kasji, who is still very sleepy-eyed and looks quite tired, and just stuffing your mouths full with quite delicious food and discussing what to do next. Take it away, guys.
Accost one of the guards as they're bringing us food, if I may. I say, I don't suppose you chaps heard about this rust monster that was on the loose, did you?
I wasn't there myself, but I've heard of it, yes. It's taken out now, don't worry.
Yes. Did anybody find out how it got into the city?
We're not sure yet. I mean, there's a lot of tunnels that reach up. As you know, Glimmerfall is built inside a volcano. There's still quite a bit of heat down below, and there's a lot of tunnels that are burned through by the lava, and sometimes the lava retreats and new tunnels are formed without us even realizing. So sometimes these types of critters get into the city. We haven't had one for a few months now, though. But nothing bad happened. No one was injured except for the rust monster, and it really had it coming, don't you think? And he taps the little smoke thing that sits on his shoulder. Don't worry. They didn't get close to any of the workshops. It was still 2 blocks away from the northern one before it was stopped. So everything's fine.
Well, that was very lucky, wasn't it?
Indeed, yes.
Damn. No, so they're not suspect at all, are they? All right.
Well, you do. Give me an insight check. Oh yeah, you're the one with the great wisdom.
Actually, fortunately, yeah, jolly good. Oh, brilliant. That's going to go like that. Yes.
Yep. The guard seems entirely unsuspicious of anyone and quite carefree.
Of course he is.
He's a gnome, right?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna. I guess I overheard that. Is that safe to say?
I mean, you're all in the sort of central, the front part of the workshop, where the two standing outside the gates. As
Okay.
you know, that hasn't changed.
So I'll make sure that we're outside of earshot of the herders.
Sure.
And look to the gathering. I'm a little confused why the beast would have been released near the north workshop.
Well, the area where you were, the earthen fountain, if you remember, that tower there, that's sort of sounds like that's where they found the rust monster, in that vicinity. That was sort of slightly north of where you are.
Okay. All right, that makes more sense then.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they carried it off somewhere and released it in the street or something.
Okay. All right. Okay, that makes more sense.
I'm going to turn to my companions and say, "Well, is our engineer here? Is he hearing us?" Or?
No, he's sitting on the same table with you guys, but he seems half asleep. You don't think he's hearing anything at the moment. He's just like mechanically stuffing his face while his eyes are half closed, just leaning on one hand.
So I'm going to offer him a cup of coffee.
He looks up.
I'm going to pour him a cup of coffee and drink.
Yes, I can use it. I had the most horrible dream.
Well, what did you dream about?
Oh, I dreamt that I finished my invention, and when I presented it to the judges, they laughed at me, and they this woman, Mistress Knifehand, they declared her the winner. It was weird. I hope that wasn't a premonition. You don't think? My grandfather had weird premonitions. Well, that's what he told me anyway.
Well, if you had magical abilities of premonition, the lamps would light up, and I point to the ceiling. And I don't think they did. So it was just. No, we were guarding through the night. The guards would have noticed the lamps lighting up. Don't worry, it was just a dream.
Good. He starts chugging the coffee. I need to get back to work. He points at the wizard dolly and says, you designed something last night, right? I don't suppose you could give me a little bit of a hand today, just to make the work a bit quicker? Maybe give us some spare time in the sort of evening one more time? Dolly sort of looks at you and says, sure, I'll be here and keep an eye on him and help out. I don't think any of you can do any tinkering. Am I wrong?
It's best to leave the tinkering to the tinkerers.
Kasji grins a little bit and nods and says, all right. Well, finish our breakfast and we'll get to work then.
I'll not be any help. I'll not be any help. So I turn to my companions and so shall we go for a drink or something? We can discuss some private matters there. What say you?
Oh, yeah, Lord, yes. Anything to get out of this room. Heavens.
Yeah.
I do want to check in with the gnome child, or the young gnome that I bribed, and see if he has any information for us.
Yeah. All right.
So before we head on, let me get that information first. Are you sure you don't want to use the safety of the secure workshop to speak?
Oh, come on. Let's go to some tavern and get a peaceful, quiet little table by the side of the wall, or somewhere where there's little clientele, preferably no one, and talk there.
All right.
As far as you've seen, there's only one large tavern, which is the Thrice Burned Tavern, which is really just a conglomerate of small taverns and all in the same building. There is a few like small like cafe type things that.
So, could we get a like
early morning?
Could we get a sort of private table? Could we get the table behind a curtain or something?
You might.
Yeah, I'll look for something like
so
that.
you free step out the door. Lemon Tulip. You head for the nearest cafe, basically. Mm-hmm. And Pius, you want to look for the teenager that you brought.
Yeah, I'm gonna, be as nonchalant as I can about the, about looking for any signs of familiar faces out in front. I also want to actively look for now that I know that Lauren is a disguise artist.
Yeah.
I want to actively make sure that I look for anyone, that appears to fit his, general frame or what could possibly be him in a disguise.
Okay. Give me a perception check. Okay, well, every second person on the street could technically be Lauren. But you don't see any teenagers standing around. I mean, there's a couple in the crowd moving around, but none of them that fits the description of these fairly sort of poor-looking street kids.
So they're not hanging around yet, as far as I can see.
As far as you can see now.
Okay,
I'll just mute you there for a moment, Christoph. Background noise.
All right, I'll follow the others then and head to the tavern.
Okay. Yeah, you find one of those it's nearly empty cafes. There's a couple of elderly gnomes talking and walking around. They're gossiping about the Tinker Games and the Rust Monster. You can hear them talking about it as you walk past. And then the innkeeper, who looks quite happy that he has additional customers at this fairly sort of time of like 8 o'clock in the morning, which means that those gnomes might still be asleep or not, at least not out drinking tea or something. And he is able to give you a small niche with a heavy curtain blocking the view, basically. And you should be able to talk privately in there. Right in there you go, sirs.
Thank you, my good man. Thank you.
And some tea or coffee or hot chocolate or anything like that, or something stronger. I'm not
coffee
joking.
For me and for my friend. I look at him.
Oh, what time is it? 8 o'clock in the morning, you say?
Yeah, something like 8:30ish, something like that.
Yeah, brandy.
All right.
I would love a hot chocolate.
Of course. Plus the niche. That will be we'll say 5 silver for the whole thing.
I pay for the whole table and for the drinks and give him some tips.
All right. Yeah. So he comes in after a couple of minutes. You wait, and he presents you coffees and hot chocolate. It's quite nice. Not by any means the best coffee you ever had or the best hot chocolate, but it's drinkable for sure. And he bows and retreats and says, "Just let me know if you need anything else."
Yes, of course.
And you are left behind. The like heavy dark blue curtain falls closed. There's a small little oil lantern in the corner of this little niche that you are in. Basically, it's really just a table with like 2 benches on each sides,
On the way in, listening to the general tenor of the gossip, is everybody agreed on this, how this rust monster came to be in the city?
Yeah, most people seem to consider it part of the Tinker Games, one way or the other.
So their opinion is different from that of the guard, who was eager to play it down as a natty. And do they appear to have any clue as to which of the teams was involved in it?
You didn't really hear too long parts of the conversation. You just caught maybe 10 seconds or so as you were walking past, 10, 15 seconds.
Remind me to go out and start spreading some rumors at some point today.
Okay, that's a good idea.
I don't think there's any point in that. Like, the Tinker Games end tonight, am I right?
Yes.
Tomorrow.
They end, well, technically tomorrow morning with the presentation.
Yeah. With,
so
with the presentation, yeah. So, okay. Now I'm going to drink a sip of coffee, and I'm going to look seriously with a serious look on my face at my companions, and I'm going to ask them, look, are we 100% sure that Kasji is going to win this?
No.
No.
Okay, so how much faith do you put in him?
Nil.
How much?
I
How
give
much do
him.
you trust his skills?
I can only judge him based on everyone else's perspective. I mean, there's a chance. Sure, there's a chance.
Well, according to the odds last night, there's about a 7-to-1 chance against.
So how are we going to make him win? Or at least like put the odds more in his favor? This is the main problem that we are faced with now. Obviously, we can't kill the rest of the contestants. That would be scandalous at worst, criminal at worst, I mean, and scandalous at least.
Agreed.
However, can we access, can we perhaps try to work out how the transport of the devices will be organized and so on? Because this, as we agreed last time, this will be the point at which the inventions will be the most vulnerable away from their workshops. And well,
I mean, we could walk the route, and from now we know where the workshops are. It wouldn't be hard for us to walk the route to check it out.
Well, that depends on the mode of transport, because like as far as we know, like the inventions could be transported by air or something.
Well, that's fair.
I don't think Cloudhair is going to want to steal his own thunder by flying his invention to the parade ground.
So that would like put the odds in his favor if he flew from his workshop on his invention.
Yes, but it lacks a certain dramatic flourish then, doesn't it, when he takes off in front of the crowd?
Well, I guess it lacks the element of surprise by then. But
I'm sure we could ask our guards what the procedure is going to be for for the procession tomorrow. That doesn't seem out of the question.
If we just ask about our invention or Kasji's invention, I guess that wouldn't be as suspicious. But if we are not sure if he's going to 100% win, what do we do? What do we do about the? I mean, we can hire some crowd to block the road, and then just like disguise ourselves and destroy the rest of these machines.
I think that we have to consider that any action we take, we utilize the disguise of Lauren and Lyra to further cast dispersion on one while we attempt to disable the other. I think the greater threat is definitely Umberdeep. But if we utilize the forms of the representatives of the high spin in the act of this undertaking, then I think that we potentially kill two birds.
If they will have witnesses that state that they were not there, the suspicion is going to be automatically on us, because if they have credible witnesses that say, oh, they weren't there now, it's pretty easy to eliminate and point at us, because if two representatives of Aberdeen attack the other contestants, then if it comes out that they were not there because they will have some witnesses that will be credible to the city, the blame will fall automatically on us, because why wouldn't we want to organize something like this? In the event of this going wrong, the blame will be put on us automatically, because we would be the only ones to have benefited from this situation. We should disguise ourselves as just some random people on the street if we're going to do this.
Oh, the actual attack, yes. No, I'm just saying, if we're hiring people, hire them as these others, and then when we actually do the action, yeah, I'm fine with using any form we choose at that point.
Okay, so who's going to volunteer to go hire some people?
Well, I still want to track down the street urchin and see if there's any available information there. I didn't spot him.
While you're tracking him down, we'll make sure you plan out the way from the workshops to the city center where the ceremony will be held. Okay.
All right.
So we need another person to hire the crowd.
Well, since I have some facility with looking like somebody else, the logic suggests that would be me.
Okay.
Since we can choose to look like Lauren, we can choose to look like Lyra, or we can just choose to look like any random person. Doesn't matter as long as it's not us.
I know a spell that can effectively destroy machines or mechanical constructs, I guess. Yes, it's marvelous. It's quite good. So I'll be leading the attack. Whether you join me or not, preferably not, because there's less of of a chance we're going to get caught red-handed if there's only one of us there on the scene.
Right.
Yes, and presuming that we're not all just kind of shepherded by herders to take part in the parade, whether we like it or not.
Probably not. I mean, oh. Yes, that's going to look very suspicious if I'm not there. Well, we'll just have to like create a illusion of me walking, I guess.
It depends on how we're being transported. When we know what the procedure is going to be and how the procession is going to go, then we can you can probably better plan the opportunities to either sneak away or how we need to cover at that point.
Okay, let's gather more info. Let's ask the herders about
I'll take another attempt to look and find the urchin that I'm looking for.
All right.
I'm gonna while we're still in this room, I'm gonna cast disguise self on me to look like just one of the random gnomes that we've seen, but most specifically with a green hat on.
Okay.
Because that was the identifying description that I gave to the urchin.
Right.
And then I mentioned to the other two, I'll see you back at the workshop as soon as I have something.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good luck.
All right. So you guys are heading back, the two of you?
Actually, I would like to go back to the shop where the rust monster was being kept.
Oh, the herbalism shop, you mean?
Mm.
All right, sure. And okay, so Lem goes to the herbalist shop, to the earthen fountain, that is. Pius goes looking for the teenager that you hired, the street kid. And Tulip, where do you want to go?
I'm going to the workshop,
Okay,
and I'm going to go talk to the herders about the transportation.
Yeah, okay. We'll do you first. So you talk to the herders, and they basically tell you that the transportation is going to be by wagon. A large wagon is going to arrive, a closed one, at about the 8th hour of the morning, so about 8 hours after midnight or so. And then you will get in with the machine or with your invention, and there will be several herders guarding you, and you will be taken with this wagon over to the central plaza, which is where you arrived, where you were greeted by the multitude of people, and then you will be unloading basically your invention, wrapped up, and then unveil it basically up on a podium, like a platform basically, so that everyone can see it. And then they will be presented to the judges and to the people, and then the judges will declare the winner after that. That's how it works.
Will the wagon be locked?
No, but there's herders walking around, in both within and without.
Okay.
So it should be safe enough.
Thank you.
It's a stable wagon, don't worry. It's not going to be easily damaged if anyone tries to throw rocks or something else. And we'll have one of these fancy lanterns to warn us.
Oh.
Just in case.
Oh, okay. Okay.
He attempts to not be detected.
That kind of messes up my plan a bit now. So
anyway, so that was what you find out. We'll jump back to Lem. So Lem, you go back to the earthen fountain, and you see that tower with the herbalism shop. The herbalism shop is closed, and you can see two ordinary city guards, not herders, two ordinary city guards standing in front of in front of the front door. But all the shutters are closed, and the front door is also closed. The shop is not open at the moment.
Okay, I'm not currently wearing my ridiculous gown, so I'm just looking sort of more or less, indistinguishable. Okay, I'm bound up to one of the guards and say, "What's going on here?"
Oh, shouldn't concern you, citizen. Had a bit of a trouble with a rust monster that was rampaging around the shop.
Wow.
So we had to close it down. It's a bit damaged, nothing too bad though.
That was here. Did you see it?
The monster? Yes, yes. We caught it just half a block that way.
Wow, that must have been incredible. You must be you're so brave. People don't thank you enough for the work that you do, gentlemen. Really, they don't.
They look at each other, sort of slightly smiling. It's all right, citizen. That's but we appreciate your thanks.
No, not at all, not at all. I was hoping to perhaps make a purchase. Is the shop open at all?
No, I'm afraid not. Not today. Maybe tomorrow.
Oh dear. You wouldn't happen to know where the owner lives?
They look at each other. Give me a quick persuasion check.
Okay. I think I double that. I don't double my.
Yeah, you might have.
Yeah.
I think you do.
Yeah. So that is.
No, that's a D4.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
How peculiar. It says D20. Hold on a second. Let's try that again.
That's better. 11. That can't be all.
It's. Hang on. What's my persuasion? Hold on.
So you rolled a 7. What is your charisma?
My persuasion is +4. Oh, so it should be double. It should actually be. All right, here we go. This is proper. There we go. Oh my God!
You have a +8 in total.
Yes.
Okay, 7. No, we'll just take the first roll. You already rolled basically.
Right.
So it's a 7 + 8. That's a 15. And they look at each other and they say, "Master Callan, he lives just over there." He points across the road, and you can see there's a little like an apartment building, basically small apartments, a little down the road, like diagonally, maybe three houses away. I don't think he's doing any business from home, but you can try.
Yes, you never know. Thank you so much. And low and extravagant bow and sort of bound off.
They both sort of give a small grin and as you walk away.
Okay, go and bang on this guy's door quick.
Okay. So you knock, and couple moments, nothing happens, and then there's a small like latch that opens up, and just in the height, the right. I mean, these are gnome houses, so the doors aren't very tall, but for gnomes, they're still tall enough. So you see the eyes of a sort of slightly older gnome in his sort of later middle years, with the big, bushy, brownish eyebrows, and a slightly hooked nose that seems vaguely familiar to you, sort of looking out. Yes, can I help you?
Yes, I just wondered what you're going to spend the money on.
Money? What money?
Well, you don't mean to say that you weren't paid to take part in the conspiracy, do you?
Conspiracy? I don't know what you're speaking of.
Really? That your shop was used to bring a rust monster into town to sabotage the Tinker Games, and you knew nothing about it?
What? That's ridiculous. Good day. And he closed the latch.
I mean, obviously defensively, but I mean exaggeratedly defensively, if you see what I mean.
Give me an insight check.
What, sorry?
Insight.
Oh, come on. Okay, yeah. Oh,
16. You think he knew something about it, and he obviously doesn't want to talk to you. There was something about his eyes. I mean, you only saw like the eyes on the top of his nose, but yeah, he clearly seemed surprised and sort of slightly bewildered that you would so openly speak to him about this, and then obviously went onto the defensive very quickly.
Okay, I'm going to wait outside the door for a minute. You might as well skip to Pius.
All right. Pius,
Yes.
you're looking for a teenager. So for the one that you bribed last night, yeah?
Right.
Okay. Give me another perception check.
Yay.
Basically making your rounds around the workshop, looking around and sort of side alleys and stuff. Not a two. No, you could have sworn they would have been here somehow, somewhere, but clearly they must have left.
I'm going to move around the area that I saw them in
Yeah.
the previous day. Try and make myself not necessarily stand out, but just be more visible so that the hat is seen. And
right.
I'm going to hope that the eyes of the folks that are far more perceptive apparently than I am would be able to spot me before I spot them.
Okay, after about 15, 20 minutes of walking around, you're kind of feeling a bit silly. You can all of a sudden hear a little... You look down, you see a small pebble sort of rolling across the path in front of your feet.
I'll try and look the direction it would have been thrown from.
Look over and you can see there's sort of like a little house corner, and it looks like there's like a walk-through path into what looks to be an interior courtyard of one of the houses close by. And you can see there's like just a figure disappearing into that, walking in there.
That's not ominous. All right, let's follow him.
Okay. So you follow him into the courtyard.
Right.
And you see they're not really hiding, but sort of on the side, more inconspicuously, are two young fellas.
Okay. I'll walk over.
Mm-hmm. They look at you. None of them is the one you talk to, by the way. They're two young gnomes around the same age as the one you talked to, but maybe in their like sort of mid-teens. Look both a little disheveled, a little dirty, street kids basically. And they holding a dagger, sort of half behind his back. The other one has his hand stretched out like this, and he's like, yes, can we help you?
I understand you had an arrangement with an associate of mine to provide some information.
Arrangement. He looks at your hat and looks back at you and says, what's the word?
Did I say there was a word too?
No, you didn't.
There was no word.
Right. Just checking. So,
okay.
Our friend Axim, he told us about quite a bit of money wandering around.
Yeah. Right.
We wouldn't mind seeing a bit of that.
Okay. I wouldn't mind seeing hearing a little bit of this information, and I will gladly compensate you.
Do you have any money on you?
Yes.
Let's see some at least.
I pull out a gold coin.
Look at each other. The guy with the dagger nods and sort of slowly sheaths the dagger again, somewhere behind his back. And the other one messes up his dirty brownish blonde hair, sits down onto a small log, and says, all right, so was there some trouble last night? We were hired to help out with the chest, but there was something alive in the chest, and it kind of broke out after a bit of a scuffle was held there.
Oh, really? Was this the rust monster that I'm hearing about?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know what it looked like. I mean, it was brown and was like a big bug with a weird tail. Probably.
Huh.
I didn't stick around to find out. So you heard something?
Yeah.
About money then?
There's rumors going around that a rust monster was captured and killed.
It was, yeah. That's what I've heard as well. We were ordered not to go back to that place.
I see. And where's your new Where's the new location? I'll pull out 2 gold to make it visible.
They both sort of hold out their hand.
Yeah, I'll pay them both.
Okay. There's a store, a shoemaker store. It's a couple blocks south from here. It's not far from one of the workshops, actually. Just across the plaza from there. We're meeting in a back room there. That's where we're supposed to report if there's any weird things going on.
Out of coincidence, is this the same? From what they described, is it the same shoe shop that I was using to kind of do my disguise trick?
No, they're pointing at the other
workshop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is sort of the one where you think that Mistress Umberdeep, the representative of Umberdeep, is working.
All right. And have you? Has anything else changed from?
One thing, yes. They fired most of the dwarves. Well, two things, I suppose. They were asking around if there was a druid in town. They're looking for a druid. They said they'll pay whoever brings them a druid quite a bit of money.
Interesting. Okay. All right. How long are you going to be here?
Until about mid-afternoon.
All right. I might be able to help you earn that coin that they're offering for a druid. If you wait here, or if you are in this area, I'll come back and find you. If I can locate someone that would be amenable to my plan. I'll put two more. I'll give each of them one more gold.
Okay, they look wide-eyed down onto the gold. They grin both and nod. Wow, pleasure doing business with you, mister. Whenever you need our help again, you know where to find us. We'll be around.
This is for your silence as well.
Of course, our lips are sealed.
Understand that I can also tell if you're lying.
Right.
All right. I'll was there only ever one person there that giving you orders?
Yes. Different guy each time though.
What did the other one look like?
Blonde fellow with a beard.
I know I described the one with the beard, but what was the other one like?
That was actually not the one that you saw.
Oh,
like
okay.
The disguise. Most gnomes don't have really. Well, I suppose he had a bit of a beard. But when they describe him, this blonde fella, he doesn't seem like the one you saw. That one was sort of darkish brown and had a bit of a sort of a goatee beard, basically, which is most gnomes can only grow. But this one seems to have like more of a not full beard, but more hair on the face.
Okay.
Be blonde, basically, and not. The other one was kind of chubby a little bit. This one is not.
Okay. All right. Okay. Excellent. And I'm going to ask them for each of their names.
They look at each other quite suspiciously all of a sudden. And say, what do you need our names for?
Something that I can refer to you as. That's all.
What's wrong with boys?
Boys is fine. I just would prefer to say a person's name when I'm talking to them. That's all. I've given you quite good coin.
Yeah, but I think it's better we keep this no names.
Fair. I'll back away, not turn my back.
Yep.
And make my way out.
Okay.
And head back to the workshop.
Okay.
I'm gonna do the same pass that I've been doing between the between the shoes and going back to normal and then heading into the workshop.
Yeah, you'll drive the poor guy crazy. The shop owner just constantly sees people coming in, and then like other people never came in, walking out.
At least buy a pair of sandals before we leave, for heaven's sake.
Okay, so jumping back to Lem, I suppose, as Pius and Tulip are both back at the workshop. What do you want to do, Lem?
I'm toying with the idea of pushing on this guy to see if he'll lean and fall over, but I'm not going to waste everybody's time by doing that now. I'm just going to file that away.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll head back to the workshop.
Okay. So you meet up back in the workshop, you exchange information, basically. It's now about maybe 9:30-ish, pushing on 10 in the morning.
So yeah, I'll spill everything that I learned as far as the possible secondary location for the second option, or for the second hideout or planned staging point, and I'm very interested in what they need a druid for. The possibilities obviously are well, I don't know much about what a druid can do, but I can only assume that it's going to involve some kind of an animal or a plant of some kind.
Maybe to summon wild animals from nowhere, or to summon like tendrils or vines. This is not good. I asked about the transportation, and the wagon will be equipped with a magic detecting lantern. So that puts a dent in my plan.
Yeah, but it doesn't completely invalidate it. Just because it detects magic doesn't mean that there's. I mean, this spell you're talking about, isn't it going to be kind of obvious that something's going on anyway?
Yeah, but that's not really a problem. The problem is that, like, we will be escorted to the wagon and we will sit inside it. If I'm not there,
oh, I see.
Will be
hiding. Yeah, I see your point.
So it has to happen before then. What we're really saying, isn't it?
Yeah, but yeah, it has to happen before.
Unless you're not feeling well.
Now we're talking about breaking in to one of the workshops.
Well, what if you're ill and you remain behind in the workshop?
Well, I suppose there will be some guards here to.
No, why would they guard an empty workshop?
There's still some mechanical parts. I presume they're valuable some way.
Well, sure, but they wouldn't need the number of guards to.
Yeah, but.
I think you're right, though. I think to force this, there's gonna we're going to have to become.
I would have to impersonate my own death, I think, to skip on the ceremony. I would have to I don't know. We can act out a fight, and we'll just try to. Yeah, that's a good idea. We could pretend to fight, and I'll pretend to get hit by your knife, and then you'll get arrested, and Kasji will be disqualified. Yeah, perfect. That's a great plan.
Brilliant. Why didn't I think of it?
Well,
before we go down that path, I think we need to consider the opportunity of either revealing the the sabotage plans of one of the two, or taking an attempt to go straight on against Umberdeep. Now, here's the only good thing: this shop that they're talking about sounds like it's near Umberdeep's workshop. So more than likely, whatever their plan there is going to be focused on them. But we know that they've fired the dwarves, and they're actively looking for a druid. Now, if we find a druid,
well, they don't know that Master Tulip is not a druid.
Well, that's...
I don't look like one.
Do druids look like things?
Well, they tend to present themselves, carry like holy symbols of nature, plants, like that sort of thing.
Are gnomes much given to decorating their cities with foliage?
No. Quite the opposite, in fact.
Damn. So we can't just kind of...
And these are rock gnomes, not like forest gnomes.
Yeah.
Sure, forest gnomes for sure, but rock gnomes, no. Rock gnomes are all about rock and iron, basically. They're kind of like dwarfs in some ways.
So which of the cities is going to hire this druid? Because druids are not really plenty here. I mean, we can find him and offer him more money or something.
My suggestion, gentlemen, is that we approach them claiming that we found a druid. If they accept it, we learn a little bit more. If we get captured or discovered, it occurs to me that since Mistress Knifehand is the favourite, and they are clearly trying to disrupt her plans, why don't we just offer to help them?
Well, it would put some dirt on us if we just come up to them. Well,
they're hardly in a position to throw stones, as it were.
No, but I know, but it doesn't.
And we are the avowed underdogs here. They probably already think they have our man beaten. So where's the harm in helping them take out the favourite?
I'm not finding flaw in your logic. So I think that there's definitely merit in that idea. The only thing I'd be interested in potentially doing would be to talking to that herb shop owner, but portraying myself as the bearded gnome or the brown-haired gnome that we came across, who I'm sure is the one that would have been who he would recognize as the one who paid him.
And what then? We just introduce ourselves and tell them, oh, we want to help you.
Well, no, I would portray to this shop owner that we are, or that I heard that he was approached, to get him to admit.
I think the only use we could find for the shopkeep would be a written confession that we could possibly use against Highspin. We know all the relevant facts.
Yeah, that's true.
He was bribed.
He probably doesn't know more.
Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't probably hurt to approach him in that way, if only for the shock value of getting him to spill his guts and then say, thank you very much, now can you just put your signature to this piece of paper which just confirms it all. But he's not readily going. I don't think he's quite ready to confess just yet.
Fair. Well, do we want to? We can go back and let the street urchins know that we have a druid that we found, and let them bring us to, or bring us to their shop to parlay, but we're somewhat locked in to a choice at that point, and these guys have already proven that violence is definitely not out of their capacity. My stomach is still a little sore from that crossbow.
Indeed, although we do now know that they've dismissed their dwarven mercenaries, don't we?
Yeah, but that may have been better for them than worse. Those dwarves were idiots.
That's true. The other thing to consider perhaps is that were two of us to claim to be druids meeting this chap at this new rendezvous, we know that at least one of them is not in the warehouse, and we know what one of them actually looks like. Could we therefore risk a disguise to get into the warehouse posing as one of the siblings?
I see what you're saying, a physical disguise as opposed to a magical one. It would have to be a physical disguise.
You used disguises before. Aren't they expecting now to be like tricked in this manner?
They could be.
That's certainly true, but it only means that they know about as much about us as we know about them. We know that they're capable of disguise. We know that the two siblings are either one or both of them is basically organizing things from the outside. We've not ever, by the way, seen either. In the first encounter in the herbalist shop, Alex, we did not see two disguised gnomes, did we? It was only one.
Yeah, you didn't see any female. There was no female gnome.
Yeah.
There was just what you presume would be Lauren.
I have to assume, though, well, I mean, it is an assumption. Either the blonde-haired gnome that the other urchins described could be they could be the sister, or it could just be a second disguise. Either way, we have a general idea of who to look out for, although I don't think we'll see that brown-haired disguise used again if he's smart.
Certainly.
So do we want to scope out the shop as discreetly as possible, or do we approach them and say we want to chat?
Well, what we can do in the first instance is try deception, claim that Master Tulip here is in fact a druid.
That just give me some like plants and animal bones, and I'll try to make a costume of sorts.
Yes.
I can help you with your disguise.
Actually,
I'll help attempt to make you look as legitimate as possible. If that's what we're going for, then I'm happy with that.
Yeah, that's a plan.
Can we make because I can make a magical disguise. Let me. Yeah, I can make a magical disguise, but I have never seen any druids around here, so.
I think Master Tulip, the least or the less we can reveal about your abilities, the better.
Yeah, you're right. So let's go shopping. Like we'll have to buy some material and some makeover.
I mean, there's a lot of shops around, so it shouldn't be too difficult unless you want something super extravagant or rare. You should find anything within an hour or two at the most. So
D&D makeover edition. So let's druid up me.
Yeah. So what are you guys looking for?
I'm going to I'm going to go and find a like a restaurant or some kind of dining establishment with a sort of however method of disposing of their trash, if they throw it out the back or throw it into kind of canisters or whatever. I'm looking for animal bones.
Okay. Yeah, without too many difficulties, you will see some the trash in back alleys. You do actually know, you might have seen it in Glimmerfall. What happens is every like 2 or 3 days, some gnomes like collect rubbish and then they just chuck it in the lava.
Yep.
Basically.
Yep.
Down.
Okay.
They have like a ramp that leads down into the lava. So it's just multiple of them, like 3 or 4 in the city, and they just bring it there and chuck it down. But yeah, you find a couple of like different animal bones, mostly like chicken and maybe a few smaller underground dwelling like races of basically cows and pigs. They have these the so-called rothe, I think that's how you pronounce it. It's like a small cow, basically. It's an underdark version of a cow, of some sort of cattle, and the same with pigs. So you find different types of animal bones without too much difficulty.
I don't suppose. Oh, sorry. Go on.
Can I roll history or religion to figure out what would a druid look like?
That would be a religion check.
What would he wear? Religion. Okay, so yeah. I'll roll religion.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
20.
Fur. They do not like wearing a lot of metal, so they would wear objects of wood, of bone, fur, leather, and you also know a couple of their symbols. There's like a spiral that druids sometimes use, like a spiral-like symbol, or the so-called triskelion, which is like 3 spirals connected in the center. And a couple of other symbols that are like symbols of nature and animal life and such.
So I'm going to buy a fur coat.
Okay. You can do that. Certainly. Well, how much money do you have?
Or
probably be like 20 gold or something. These things are quite expensive, especially down here below, under the surface.
So how much money did we start with?
I think
200 gold?
I think you started with 400, but if you have a magical item, that's minus 300. So
okay, so I have 100 minus the drinks that I paid for in the morning.
Buy any other?
No, not really.
Okay,
actually,
no healing potions, no better armor, no better weapons, nothing?
Oh, yeah, I bought a crossbow and a leather armor.
I can't believe I forgot this. I'm so sorry, guys. I can cast druid cantrips.
There you go.
Okay, so you're gonna be druid now.
I have my warlock pact of the tome gives me druid cantrip spells. I can cast druid craft, mending, and shillelagh.
Okay, cool. That's helpful. Yeah.
So at the very least, if they ask for proof, I can basically cast druid craft and make vines grow, or make what you need, what you say. And I have a quarterstaff with me.
You can even use druidcraft to like embellish your disguise, basically.
Right.
Because you can create like flowers and small vines and stuff with druidcraft.
We're going to need some fur coat, a animal bones, and a big mushroom shaped hat. Because it's on the ground. There's no like trees and
that's fair.
We're going to find a big mushroom and just pluck out the hat, and that will be your headdress for the evening.
Okay, so the animal bones are easily found. Lem spends half an hour walking around and picking apart rubbish heaps. The fur coat will cost you about $20, 20 gold coins. That is.
Yeah.
So if you have that, that's not hard to find it as such. Although you will probably have to go quite a few blocks, because where you are, it's not like the fanciest fashion part of town. That's a bit further west. And what was the third one? Oh, the big mushroom. Yeah, that could be a little tricky, I suppose, but not impossible. Who wants to go looking for that?
It's a question of balancing effort versus reward here, isn't it, gentlemen?
I don't know if the mushroom is necessarily an.
It's essential. It's going to distract everyone. So everyone will be looking at the mushroom, not at your face. So I'm going to go look for it.
Okay. I'm going to start working on my disguise, my physical disguise.
Right. Where are you doing this, by the way? Are you doing this in the workshop?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, oh, no, that's fair. I'm going to need a quiet place. I'm going to go back to that cafe and see if I can get that private table.
Sure. Sure. Let's just say you pay another 5 silver.
That's fine. I'll use that location then.
Like a quick lunch, basically, plus the
Right.
that private little alcove. Yeah. Okay. So Tulip is looking for the mushroom, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give me an investigation check, Tulip.
Investigation.
Yes.
Okay.
15.
15.
All right. You do spend a good hour walking around, but then finally you find a toy shop that has like plush toys for gnome children, and several of these toy shop in this toy shop, they actually have mushroom people as toys. And if
So
you cut a head off one of those and put it on a head, it won't be like a massive sombrero type head. It will be more like a hat that covers like only part of your head, but still, it's a mushroom hat.
I need a bigger one.
Or you could get many of them
Well, that's true. There's like at least half a dozen of them.
and sew them together.
You could do that. The shopkeeper walks up to you and says, "Ah, you're looking at our little myconids."
Yes.
Yes, they are quite new, actually. We've only had them a couple of weeks. Exquisite craftsmanship. You know, these things are actually living far below, even deeper than Umberdeep, what I've heard. And they're probably not quite as cute as ours, but these are very cute. Your son or daughter will love it.
Yes, I'm going to need one of those, but a bit bigger.
I'm afraid this one's the biggest we have.
Okay, I'll buy it. I'll buy it.
That is 2 gold, please.
I'm going to give him 2 gold, and I'm going to take this plant or mushroom, I guess.
Yeah. Kind of looks like Toad from Super Mario. A little bit,
okay.
basically. In like a plush form. Okay, you have the mushroom.
I'm going to go back. Oh, wait, no.
Okay.
I'm going to go to the restaurant where he's sitting.
Yeah, right. So you meet up at the restaurant around noon. So as you have all the preparations done, the costume is finished.
I guess I'll roll for the disguise. Is it deception or performance?
I'd say, well, it's disguise kit technically usage, I suppose. Although, no, actually, no, you're not making a disguise as such. It's just a costume. So that would be,
Well, this is more for my face too, because I don't want my physical face to be visible.
Oh, okay. Then it is a disguise kit check. If you're like actually like using like makeup and stuff like that as well,
right?
Then it would be disguise kit check, which is dexterity based. If you don't have a proficiency on it.
I do.
Oh, you do. Okay, then just roll the disguise kit check.
Okay, and I have advantage.
All right.
Where is it? Oh, hold on a second. Sorry, I didn't add it. I guess as a in the character sheet or on the tool proficiency. Disguise. There it is.
You said you have advantage on?
Yeah,
Right.
because of the feat that not the feat, the Eldritch invocation.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Oh, I can just add it there. All right. This guy is good. No? Okay. All right, so what do I need to roll then? Sorry, I'll just do the straight roll.
Yeah.
Roll 1d20 plus 6. Get 6.
22. And you have advantage, so you just press the arrow, the up button, the up arrow, and then, yeah, exactly.
I'll take 22.
Okay, 22. Yeah, you make a quite good. You take your knife to the fur coat and make it a bit sort of less fancy looking. Maybe cut off some of the sort of sleeves or something like that, and make it fairly well fitting. You apply some makeup to your face to make it look paler and like someone who spends nearly all of his time underground, maybe deep underground with mushrooms and stuff as companions. Grab your staff. I think you had said you had a quarterstaff, right?
Quarterstaff, yeah.
Yeah. So you use like maybe small strips of the fur coat to tie the little bones to the staff and to the coat as well, and then you use this weird, ridiculous-looking mushroom hat. It's really just the head of a stuffed toy that's been cut off.
I make sure that oh boy. Okay. All right, that's good. That works for me. How do I look, gentlemen?
What kind of effect are you going for with your more like a sort of spooky, or more like cute, or more like just like weird or crazy, or what kind of effect are you going for with this whole, like what kind of persona are you trying to
I think we're going for absurd, aren't we?
Yes, that's so
Right.
Crazy is probably the best way to go.
Right. Okay. So you're the mushroom droid. Excellent.
All right. So I lead them. I once I'm set, I'll step out with my staff and
Right.
walk over towards the area where I found the other the urchins.
As you step outside of the niche, the innkeeper who's sort of walking through the room stops, gives you like a, and then sort of walks glancing backwards towards you and walks slowly away towards the back of the room where some more patrons are.
And I'll continue to move out of the cafe and then out into the street.
Yeah, you definitely draw some attention while you're walking. People are like looking at you. Some of them are whispering. Some of the younger kids are like pointing.
And I'm going to do a druid craft on the end of the quarterstaff to make a vine, just appear and start just winding down, the quarterstaff.
All right. Excellent. So, and then you walk back to the kids, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, this time you find them easily enough, although they do not recognize you.
Correct.
One of them sitting on a corner, one of them a bit further down more towards that inner courtyard that you've seen at like the entryway.
Boy.
He looks up.
I understand you're looking for a druid.
How do you know that?
A friend sent me.
All right. Well, I'm actually not looking for a droid, but I know someone who's looking for a droid. You're a droid, yes?
Yes.
Well, so he's like, what's the time now? He looks around, finds there's like some clocks on some buildings. He looks up. It's about half an hour after noon. Well, you have about 2.5 hours. You're meeting with someone in the Thriceburn Tavern, top floor, one of the fancy rooms. Ask for Mistress Red.
Mistress Red.
Yes, 3 hours afternoon, she said.
3 hours afternoon. I understand.
You'll be there, and you'll be able to earn quite a bit of coin. That's what I've heard, anyway.
Wonderful. I look to. I assume I was followed, but I don't know. I don't know if you guys.
I'm guessing they hang back a bit.
Yeah. Okay. I'll drop a gold for the boy.
Okay. He looks surprised, but takes it.
And then leave.
The real winners of these Tinker games are the street kids.
That's
okay. So what next?
Well, I think it's important that I be not entirely, obvious, but be seen around.
Okay.
So I'm not going to go straight to the tavern, but I'll move back towards where the other two are and convey what I found.
Okay.
Mistress Red sounds to be possibly Lyra.
Mm-hmm.
And if I approach her with you in tow, then there's no question she'll know that we're affiliated with. So the question is, do I go alone, or do either of you come with in disguise?
Well,
We'll
why don't we...
hang around in disguise, and we'll be there. And if there's any trouble, just give us a sign.
Well,
I don't know.
The meeting's going to occur in one of the upper floors, so I'm sure that they won't just let everyone up there.
No, but I wonder if there's anybody there now.
We could look, but I'm well. I suppose I could cast a spell over this that I could drop at a moment's notice to make that possible.
You have disguise self at will, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Of course. Then yeah, that's not a problem. I mean, you won't be perfectly able to disguise the quarterstaff, but everything else is not a problem.
Right.
We can hang around outside the tavern, and if there's any trouble, you just throw something from the window, so we can throw yourself from the window. I don't know.
Well, I must say I'm curious to see what this room looks like and see if it affords us any opportunity to get there early.
Let's at least look. It won't hurt to have me there early, if that's the case. So, why don't you two try and see if you can what getting up there looks like, or what that may entail, and I'll remain in the tavern itself and start have a meal or something.
Yeah, let's scout out the location.
Yep.
But,
we'll go there.
But I would recommend a disguise for you both.
Yeah, I'm going to cast when we're out on the street. I'm going to hide myself away for a bit in the alley and just cast a random disguise self as a random person I've seen on the street.
For an hour, right? I think.
Yeah,
Right.
That's for an hour.
Okay.
I'm going to rely on the fact that I'm not wearing my silly robe, and I'm sort of...
Fair enough.
I mean, if they're watching us, they're already watching us.
Okay. So you come to the Thrice Bird Tavern. It is now about maybe 1 o'clock or so. It is quite bustling with activity. A lot of gnomes are having lunch.
Yeah,
so
my disguise is as a merchant, preferably a wealthy merchant.
Higher class gnome.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So you looking around, you realize very quickly that the higher up stories of the tavern seem to be reserved for a bit better dressed clientele, whereas the the rank and file members, so to speak, of Gnomish society mingle on the bottom floor, which is the largest of them all.
Can we go up there?
Yeah, you can. No one's stopping you.
Is there a floor manager, maitre d', something like that?
There are, well, not on the ground floor, but up further up you see people in like butler-like uniforms, both men and women, walking around and keeping an eye out.
What I'm looking for is the manager to tell us which room she's hired. So any kind of authority figure.
So you're going upstairs?
No, I'm looking for a kind of manager type figure on the ground floor.
There is several innkeepers. So the Thrice Burned Tavern is basically a whole building filled with small like cafes and taverns. It doesn't look like it's just one establishment. And it's kind of like a pyramid shape. Not really a pyramid, but like imagine a really messed up pyramid with like bulges and like several small buildings sort of on top of each other and next to each other, sort of mashed together. That's what the building looks like from the exterior. And it has some definitely visible fire damage on it. So this place has been subject to fires. I mean, it's not called the Thrice Burned Tavern for nothing. So you probably figured that maybe there's like you're not quite sure, but there could be like someone owns everything, but the people you see on the ground floor are only there for like their own little nook and cranny, basically their own little tavern. Shop.
Yeah. So Pius, I can't remember, was the exact words was a room on the top floor?
Yeah, I was to look, he said to look for, or to ask for Mistress Red. Red?
Yeah, on the top floor.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that seems the logical place to start in that case. That being, since there's no central management, straight up to the top floor then.
Yeah, we're going up.
Okay. So you walk up to the first floor, second floor, third floor. You can see the higher up you get, the more fancy the clientele becomes, and the smaller, more private, and more sort of fancy the rooms and the establishments become. And you get to you pass the first floor, second floor, third floor without any issues. There's a fifth floor. That's the top floor, is the fifth floor. And when you start to like walk up the stairs to the fourth floor, two gnomes, impeccably dressed in like uniforms, basically sort of a like servants' uniforms, very clean, white and blue, stop you there. Excuse me, where do you think you're going?
We're here to prepare the room for Mistress Red.
No.
Deception check.
Sorry, I missed that. A what?
A deception check.
Okay.
That was not my plan at all. Okay. Now we're going with it.
Oh my God, 28.
Oh God.
Natural 20.
And this is, of course, I wasn't aware that Mr. sent someone ahead, but it's none of my business, is it? Do you know where the rooms are?
No, we were hoping that you would be able to show us to the relevant quarters.
Right, I'll take you up. Please follow me.
Okay.
He leads you through the fourth floor, and you can see there's only about maybe 7 or 8 tables here. The fourth floor is already fairly small, and you can only see a couple of well-dressed gnomes, an elderly pair and such, and you even see the High Tinker Zillan, the old fella, one of the judges, sitting on a table with a younger woman, maybe his daughter or something, having lunch, basically, but he does not look at you as you walk past.
No, we emphatically want to walk past, drawing no attention whatever to ourselves, as far as he's concerned.
And then you walk, following the servant, up to the 5th floor, and there's basically a counter there, and then there is 3 doors that are closed. And behind the counter sits a dwarf, very, very burly-looking dwarf with a bald head, sort of a reddish-brown beard, and he's dressed very finely, but the dress looks a little small on him. Like the muscles underneath tend to basically break the dress apart. That he's wearing the coat that he's wearing, and he leans forward and says, "Hey, welcome. Well, what can I do for you?
Yes, we've
Are
been
these
set.
gentlemen, are they here to prepare the rooms for Mr. Shred? Hey, all right. The rooms aren't in use right now, so I suppose. He takes out a small pocket watch made of silver, takes a look at it, puts it away. All right, well, there's a good 2 hours before the reservation. Oh, actually, 1 hour before the reservation starts. So I suppose you better get going. And he takes off a key and hands it over to the servant who takes it and leads you to the left side, a room on the left side. Opens the room, and you can see inside is basically like a suite. Basically, it's like a large living room, a dining room, and like a large balcony that's overlooking a large part of the Tinker's Quarter. And he presents it to you. It's quite well furnished with quite a bit of taste. He says, there you go. Here's the key. Make yourselves at home. And just let Godfrey know when you're done.
I look across at Tulip, since he seems to be the wallet man as far as we're concerned. Oh, tip the man, would you?
Yes, of course. I'm going to give him a gold coin.
Okay. He takes it without comment. Gives a small bow and leaves.
Shut the door, lock it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to do that.
Yeah, doors are quite sturdy, actually. Surprisingly sturdy. Thick wooden doors.
Hiding places.
Well, there's quite a bit of furniture in here. It's not stuffed by any means, but there is a couple of hiding places. You can hide behind a sofa. You can hide under a table. You can hide. There's no wardrobes or anything like that, since this is still like an area for mostly.
Well, I presume they're going to look for us if we won't exit within the hour. They're going to enter here.
There's also several heavy curtains that you could hide behind. So there is a few hiding places. It's not amazing or anything, but good enough for a couple of people. They could be hiding if they wanted to.
Is there a way up into the attic?
Not that you can see, no. There's no other door. There's a couple of windows, and there's that balcony.
How is the
sort of a glass door, partially wood, partially glass, that sort of closes prevents you from going out into the balcony, but that door actually is openable. You can push it open.
But it's half glazed, half timbered, and the bottom half is timbered.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so Tulip, what are the options?
Well, I can make myself invisible.
For 1 hour.
Yeah, that should suffice. I don't think the meeting will take long.
What's underneath the balcony? We're 5 floors up, so it's a climb.
Yes, you're 5 floors up. However, it's not a steep wall going down. Remember that building, the look of the building, kind of a little bit like a pyramid, and yours at the top. So it's actually not that far down. You can jump maybe about 12 feet or so, and then you'll land on the roof of the 4th floor, basically.
And are there any windows overlooking the balcony in such a way as if we were to climb from the 4th floor roof onto the balcony, we'd be seen immediately?
Not immediately, but technically there are 2 windows to the left and the right of the balcony, 1 each. If someone is looking out there, you would be in high danger of being seen, yes.
Well, you can leave. I'll take care of myself. If you want someone inside,
you could try climbing onto the roof from the balcony, but that looks like it's a little dangerous.
You can wait outside the tavern and wait there. I'm going to give you a sign if anything goes wrong here.
Well, I'm just wondering, is there a way from the 4th floor onto the 4th floor roof conveniently?
Not from from the point that you could see, no. But you can't really see much because you're sort of behind it.
I'm just wondering about leaving a rope off the balcony down onto the 4th floor, then going out.
I mean, there's windows, you suppose. You see windows on the 4th floor. You don't see like a balcony or anything as far as you can tell.
And how far down is the windows of the 4th floor from the balcony, roughly?
Well, it's like the balcony, and then there's a drop, and then there's the roof, and then the roof goes down. So the windows would be like somewhere here. So as I said, like 12 feet maybe jump down to the roof, and then a couple more feet, you're not sure.
Can I discreetly leave a rope hanging off the balcony?
I mean...
Would it be obvious?
It wouldn't be super obvious because this is the 5th floor, and the building itself is kind of chaotic from the outside. So you wouldn't immediately spot a rope. Also, the light isn't, this is not, don't forget, this is not natural sunlight that's coming down. It's this sort of slightly gloomish red light that fills the cavern itself. So it's not bright daylight. So the chances are pretty good that people wouldn't necessarily spot a rope, not from down below anyway.
So I'm wondering, Master Tulip, whether if you stay here, I leave, having left a rope off the balcony so that I can come back up here so that both of us can be here when Master Pius tips up. Because if it then all goes pear-shaped, at least all 3 of us are in the room.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine.
Okay, so that's what I think the plan is. Suspend a rope from the balcony down towards a 4th floor window where I guesstimate architecturally where a 4th floor window might be.
Right.
I'm going to cast... Okay, now hang on a second. We need to figure out this. My plan is to cast Minor Illusion so that it looks like both I and Tulip are leaving.
That's not going to work with Minor Illusion, I'm afraid.
No, it's not, is it? Because you need to...
Minor Illusion is not good enough. You need something like Major Image or something like that.
Yeah.
For that sort of illusion.
Two men enters, 1 man leaves.
Yeah. Go. I can disguise myself.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Sorry, Pius is on the ground floor having lunch. That's right. Sorry, forgot about that. Yeah.
I can hide myself. Go.
Do we just take the risk that they don't question the fact that you stayed in here?
Well, I'm making preparations. I can stay till whatever.
Yeah, but we don't want the maitre d' opening his mouth saying, "Ah, Mistress Red, one of your chaps is already inside." But there's no way around that. We have to chance it. If I can't create an illusion of you coming out with me, we have no option.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So I'm just going. I'm going to walk out, unlock the door, walk back out, hand the key back to the dwarf.
Okay. You locking the door behind you?
No, I don't want Tulip locked in if I can help it.
Okay.
Go back down to the 4th floor, trying to find the room where I guesstimate my rope will be hanging down by the window.
Okay, give me an intelligence check.
So that's just a straight roll, or does it add a...
Straight roll plus your intelligence modifier.
Okay, yeah, got it.
14, yeah. Yeah, you think it's sort of a window that goes out on the right side. It's just a public, like, as I said, the 4th floor is not a massive floor. There's like 6 or 7 tables with fancy people sitting on them. On the right side, there's a window, and you'd say your rope would be sort of close-ish to that window. It would lead to the rooftop, which is maybe about 10, 12 feet, maybe 15 feet maybe away from that window. You look out, and you sort of look over, and you can just barely see the edge of the balcony behind you. You don't see your rope. It's on the sort of more towards the center of the balcony.
Can I? Okay. Can I climb out of the windows? Is there? And bearing in mind, I'm not a housebreaker by any manner of means.
I mean, you can climb out. It's like climbing from the window up onto the roof is a little tricky, and obviously people would see you climbing out the window. There's people around.
Yeah, that's okay. We're gnomes. People climbing out of windows surely can't be that unusual.
Okay.
Okay, but first of all, I need to go back downstairs and tell Pius what the plan is. That we both plan to be in the room, whether he sees us there or not.
Okay. So yeah, you share the plan with Pius, who's still finishing off some sort of vegetable pie.
Yep. So, Master Pius, I've left Tulip in the room. He will be rendering himself invisible somehow.
Okay.
I'm going to try and get onto. There's a balcony in the room which I'm going to try and get back onto. I'm hoping that I can do that after they've searched the room. I'm hoping they won't search it too convincingly. So
right.
we'll both be there. If it's going to go wrong, my suggestion is we go with the backup plan, which is, okay, hands up, you got us. Now why don't we join up to defeat Knife Hand?
Agreed. If things appear to be going very poorly, I'll use the word flabbergasted.
Got it.
And that's my
Okay.
that's my safety word.
All right. Now, do I want to start a fire?
I don't think that's a great idea. What
Just a small fire as a distraction to get me out of the window on the 4th floor.
what about casting a minor illusion to cover your exit?
Is that doable just with minor illusion?
It depends on what exactly you want to do.
Essentially, what I want to do is I want to create the space that I'm standing in being undisturbed, me not in it, and not opening the window. You see what I mean? So it'll be a static scene.
No, minor illusion doesn't really do that much. Minor illusion is like a little bit of a color. It's like a silhouette, shadow dancing on a wall, some sound or something. You can't really create like complicated pictures.
You could distract. You could create a distraction that would draw the eyes away.
Yes, I can certainly do that. Okay, so I'm going to go back up. I'm going to linger by the 4th floor window.
Yep.
What I'm looking for is, are there waiters? Are there people moving around?
Yes, there is. There's 2 or 3 waiters coming out of some sort of kitchen.
Okay.
Area.
I'm going to... Okay, I'm going to wait for a waiter to come up bearing the largest, most precariously balanced tray of breakables.
Right. Yeah, it takes him about maybe 10 minutes of waiting until one of them comes out with a tray that seems too large for him, with like 5 or 6 plates on top and a couple of like small wine glasses.
And I'm going to cast Tasha's Hideous Laughter on him.
Okay, so he his eyes go wide and he's like and he just like holds his tummy, the whole thing crashes onto the ground, plates break, food is everywhere, and he just drops down onto the ground laughing like crazy.
Out of the window immediately.
Yeah, no one's paying you any mind. Everyone's like looking wide-eyed at the waiter who's laughing as he's broken a lot of stuff. Give me an athletics check. Or acrobatics, whichever you prefer, really, in this situation.
Makes no. I'll take acrobatics on the dex, I think.
Okay.
Which is not that great anyway.
Yeah, 16 is good enough. With a little difficulty, your feet slip for a moment, and you leap up and sort of pull yourself up, and you're now on the 4th floor roof.
I'm going to wait there as long as I'm kind of near the rope.
Yeah, you can even above the roof, so you could technically be right under the balcony.
Yeah,
that would be a fairly good hiding spot.
Yep, and
the rope sort of dangling down in front of you.
Yep, I'm going to wait there.
Okay. And Tulip is in the room, right?
Yeah. If anyone is to enter the room, I'm going to cast invisibility.
Okay.
I'm going to wait until the last possible moment to do it because it only lasts an hour.
Yeah.
So I want to save up time.
All right. So you wait some more. 2 o'clock comes and goes. 2:30-ish. You can hear footsteps approaching the door, and then the door starts opening.
So I'm going to cast it now.
Okay, you go invisible. Door opens, and you can see 3 people coming in. 2 gnomes dressed like servants, carrying platters of food, and a woman, a gnomish woman, quite a good-looking one, although you can't really see her features too clearly because she's wearing a large red hat with like a veil across her face. You can just see the sort of the silhouette of her face, really.
Okay.
And she sits down. She says, "Thank you, my dears. Just leave it all there, and bring us some wine if you do, please. I hope my guest will be arriving shortly." She just sits there, fiddling her thumbs, and the servants are coming in and out, and they basically put goblets of wine and food on the table. Most of it is covered still. And then she says, "Thank you, that will be all. I'll call if I need anything." And one says, "Of course, mistress. Just use the little bell on the table." "Ah, yes, the bell, of course. Thank you." And they retreat. She looks around and then sort of rummages around. She has like a small purse on her side of leather, rummages around, and all of a sudden, she has a violin in her hand, which is way too big to fit in that purse.
Okay, bag of holding.
Puts her other hand into the purse and takes out the bow, and she looks around the room a bit and starts very quietly playing to herself. Quite skillfully.
Okay. That's weird.
And she does that for about 10-15 minutes, and then she lets both items disappear, stands up, looks around the room, rearranges the chairs around the table a bit, and rearranges her own clothing so a little more of her chest is exposed. Drapes the god damn it, what's the word?
Veil.
The veil, yes, thank you. The veil a little more properly over her face, looking into like a small handheld mirror that she also lets disappear, and then sits there, slowly sipping a bit of wine, like pushing her veil out of the way, and waiting. And there we'll have a short break, so that people can grab some water, go to the bathroom and such, and I'll see you guys in about 3 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, I'm ready.
Cool.
Yep. Back.
All right. Just waiting for Jason then. So Lem is still under the window. Is that correct?
Yes, indeed. I'm presuming. Well, I don't know. Depending on how softly she plays the violin, I may or may not be able to infer.
Yeah, you might have heard the occasional sort of note, and which struck you slightly odd. Someone must seem to be playing a violin to herself, or himself, or in the room anyway.
Okay.
You can't really see into the room from where you are.
I'm still going to wait until the appointed hour because it's still early.
Did I see anything? Did I see them? Did I see her enter?
No, actually, but that's not surprising because the Thrice Burned Tavern has a lot of entryways. There's at least like 10 different ways.
Okay. All right. Well, I would probably want to head up a little early anyway because I don't know what exactly is going on. So.
Okay. Yeah, so you walk up there and I'm assuming you're saying that you have an appointment with Mistress Red or something like that. While
Yes.
Yeah, you're easily let through, and you come to that large dwarf up top. Says, "Welcome. What can I help you with?"
I have a meeting with Mistress Red.
Hey, she's right in that room over there. Enjoy your food.
Thank you. I'll walk that way.
You walk in, and you can see this fairly attractive gnome woman, although even though you can't see most of her face, you can see the contours of her body under her clothing, and she's gives you a small smile. You can sort of see the corner of one lip peeking out from under the veil, and just sort of gives you a small salute with a wine glass and says, "Ah, welcome. Please sit. What can I call you?"
Master Kalin.
Master Kalin, excellent. My name is Mistress Red, as you probably figured by now. So, Master Kalin, you are a druid, right?
Yes.
If you don't mind me asking for a small proof, anyone could walk in here and claim to be a druid, yes?
I let out a just a loud sigh, and I pull my staff out and tap it. Is there a wooden table near here?
There is a wooden table, yes.
I tap the wooden table and I cast Druidcraft and I cause a rose to bloom out of the table itself towards where she's sitting.
Okay. Ah, lovely. Good. I was not sure if there was any druids in town. Well, allow me. Please, sit. And feel free to take any of the food that you like. It's I've been told that it's marvelous food, the best you can find in this whole quarter, maybe in the whole city. Now, allow me. And she puts one hand into her pouch and takes out what looks to be a very hefty coin pouch that she puts on the table. And you can hear the clinking of probably gold coins in there.
Okay. I sit down.
Some wine?
I'm fine, thank you.
I see. Well, you see, Master Kalin, I am willing to offer a significant sum for a fairly simple service of yours.
Yes.
You see, we are looking for someone who is able to conjure beings out of thin air. Are you someone like that?
Yes, that's within my ability.
Excellent. Now, I've heard that some of your kind have the ability to summon fey creatures, yes?
It depends on what type of creature you're speaking of, but yes, that is not outside of...
Well, I was thinking specifically about a pixie or a sprite or really any type of creature that can turn itself invisible.
For what purpose?
Just causing a bit of mischief. Basically playing a prank.
So this would have nothing to do with the games.
Oh, please, I will not insult your intelligence. Of course it has a lot to do with the games. But believe me, there is very little to no chance that you will be ever connected to any of it. And either way, she sort of picks up the pouch and jingles it a bit. This will be your reward. That is 200 gold pieces, Master Kelvin.
That's a lot of gold.
That is more than appropriate for a task that should take you maybe an hour or maybe more at 2 at the most.
So you wish a pixie or a pike to
Right.
wreak mayhem.
Yes, anything that can be invisible, basically. Or any other creature, if you cannot deal with invisible. Anything quick and mischievous, destructive, so to speak. Of course, we do not wish to cause anyone any direct harm, just some chaos.
And who is the target?
Well, that we will reveal when the time is right. What say you?
It will be difficult, depending on how close I can get.
You can get very close, within a few yards. We have made preparations.
A few yards?
Yes, you will not be able to see the area, I'm afraid. But I don't think that's going to be much of a problem, is it?
No, I don't. Not necessarily, unless. Well, no, not to summon.
That is all. Summon, give a command. That's all we need.
All right, I take it I will be in a wagon of some kind.
Not a wagon, but don't you worry about that. We'll be taking care of that. So, what do you say? Do you accept?
Give me a moment to think on this.
Of course, please. Enjoy some wine, enjoy some food. I'll give you a moment.
I'll pour a glass of the wine and step out onto the balcony.
Okay. She stays sitting behind you.
So presumably all I hear is somebody opening the door and stepping out onto the balcony.
Pretty much, yeah. You might have heard like some muffled voices from up top, but you couldn't make out any words.
Well, I don't know who it is, so I'm going to stay out of sight.
Yeah.
And I'll sigh out loud. Well.
Okay, all right. Just sort of take a lean round sort of from underneath the balcony and just sort of make eye contact with him, presumably.
Yeah. He looks down, you look up.
Just leaning down there. I'll say, to summon a pixie for 200 gold.
I wish I had some flashcards, but unfortunately, I just shrug.
Okay. I'm just gonna say I'm flabbergasted, and I'll walk back inside.
Okay.
Okay, that's the word to go. So I start climbing the rope.
Okay. You close the door behind you, the balcony door? Or leave it open?
No, I'll leave it open. Oh, no, I'll. If it's closed, then more of the sound of him climbing is probably not going to travel through. No. But if it's open, he has an easier way to get in. I'll leave it closed.
Okay. Oh, by the way, Tulip, your invisibility is wearing off in like 5 minutes, 10 at the most.
Okay, I'm okay.
Yeah, I have no idea where he is.
No, you don't know where he is now. You assume he's somewhere in the room because he tells you that he's gonna be invisible, but you don't know where exactly. The room is, it's basically 2 rooms. It's like a living room area and like a dining room area. You're in the dining room area at the moment.
So I'm going to go to the other room.
Okay, so to the living room, yeah.
Because there's a small chance that they will spot me there.
With advantage.
Oh. Okay, that's good. Stealth.
Yes.
Okay,
Whoa.
that's
you
nice.
managed to sneak over without anyone hearing your footsteps or anything like that.
So
Yes.
the only thing that I'm concerned about is the space that I will be in to perform this.
Don't you worry. It's gonna be a little tight, but we are gnomes, right? We don't need much space.
I see.
Okay,
Surely it is not a difficult decision. That's a lot of money you can put towards many good deeds, or many private undertakings, or whichever you require. And if we work together successfully, we might even be able to offer you some more work in the future. Equally well paid, of course. Okay, Len, you're on the balcony in the meantime.
Okay. Just peek up. So duck down. So I'm behind the kind of timbered part of the door.
Yeah.
And just sort of peek up and see what I can see.
Yeah, you can see Master Kellen's, the druid's back, basically. And you can see the woman looking not directly at you, but sort of your way, vaguely.
So her back is to the door?
No, her back is, well, it's like the door here, and then there's the dining room, and the balcony is here. So and then there's the living room is here.
Yeah, yep.
Further in, basically.
Okay. Is she seated?
She's seated, yes. She's sitting at the table.
I'm going... He said flabbergasted. Flabbergasted was the code word for it going tits up. I'm going in.
Okay, so you push the door open.
And I'm heading straight for the exit to stop her from getting out.
Okay, she sort of stands up slowly. And she says, what is going on? Who are you?
Oh, Lyra. Twice in 2 days?
Master Kellen, do you know this man?
I do. We don't mean you harm unless you attempt to return that. But I think it's about time that we spoke plainly.
Maybe. What do you want to speak about?
You obviously want to take down Knife Hand.
Yeah, well, as do you, no?
Yes. Your rust monster failed.
It was probably you who accosted my brother so rudely last night.
Yep, that would have been us.
You see.
So what was the plan going to be? Release the pixie, disrupt Knife Hand's workshop?
I don't know why I should tell you anything further. You have already heard too much, in some ways.
You're right. The plan's completely shot now. What are you going to do? Find another druid in the next couple of hours? No, of course you're not.
I'll think of something.
I'm sure you will. And you know what? We'll be there too. We'll disrupt that one as well. And we can keep going like this for the next 12 or 15 hours if you like.
But it doesn't suit either of us to play this cat and mouse when we could be both fueling an effort that would be much more successful against Knife Hand.
What is it you suggest?
How were you going to get us close enough, get me close enough to summon the sprite?
I don't think that's any of your concern at the moment.
Is it legitimate to say that I can infer from that remark the terms of the earlier conversation?
Possibly. So
as she says that, I'm going to say she was going to hire me to summon a pixie or some kind of a creature that could be fast or invisible and wreak havoc.
in that moment, Tulip, by the way, you get turn visible.
Okay.
But
I mean,
so no one sees you.
I'm in a different room, so that's okay. I'm just going to drop in on their conversation further.
Yeah, you
wait.
Can hear everything that's being said, obviously.
Yeah.
You, she explained that they would be able to get me within a few yards to do the casting, and said that I would have an hour of time, which.
So you had a plan to deactivate the warning lamps.
Maybe. Maybe not.
If such a method existed, we might have resources at our disposal which would hamper Knife Hand much less messily, and much less obviously.
What kind of resources?
Now here we get into that sort of the sort of territory where mutual disclosure is going to be required.
Well, I think you have already heard quite a bit from me. I do not like being at a disadvantage.
We're skilled magicians, many of us. We can cast many different types of magic, and as you can see, we're very resourceful at disguise. As is your brother.
Well, can speak on.
If we had the means to get close enough, there is magic that could be cast to affect creations. There is disguise that could be done to potentially disrupt her workshop. The means are many, but we need to know how close we could get, what that plan was before we can assume what the right course of action is.
I would have to talk to my brother about it, but I believe we might be able to work together. If you have the means of disruption, something like the one thing we suggested, we can get you close. I can guarantee that.
Can you get us inside the workshop?
No.
Can you get us within sight of it through the windows above?
Yes, if necessary, but that would be...
You have a tunnel.
Maybe.
Well, since the room is booked for the afternoon, why don't you go and fetch your brother? We'll wait here.
I'm afraid that's impossible at the moment. He has other matters to see to. Now, what I can offer you is another meeting, say 2 hours after sundown, which would be in about probably 4 hours from now. if you are prepared to go through with it, meet us on the eastern square, close to the column on the western side, just about 100 yards from the Umberdeep workshop. Only the two of you. And if you're ready to do what needs to be done, take out Mistress Knife Hand and her creations, we will enable you to do so.
I think we're going to get along famously, Lyra.
My name is Lyra.
Lyra. Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
That is quite all right. Well then, are we in agreement?
I think so.
Excellent. She takes the money, puts it back in her pouch. Well then,
Oh, we'll still take the 200 for helping you out.
We'll see. We'll talk about this later.
Shall we leave first? Well, actually, no, you leave first.
That's fine. I can leave first. You finish the food if you wish. Sure, you must be hungry.
I'm going to sit down and put my feet up on the table and start eating.
Okay. She walks out, closes the door behind her. So slips out, doesn't open the door completely, just slips out, opens it a bit, slips out, and closes it again.
I don't trust her.
Well, that's good. That's good. That's very good. That means your instincts are accurate.
What now? Do we really want to help her? I mean,
helping her helps us.
Yeah.
Or we can just tell the guards on her.
I suspect there's a long history in these games of this sort of thing. And
that's a slap on the wrist at best.
Yeah, the guards have been told, meh, deduct them 2 points.
Maybe. So are you two going to meet up with them?
I think we have to at this point.
Yes, the only question is, since the only advantage we have now is that she doesn't know, Tulip, that you were there, they're here.
Yes.
So the question is whether the best advantage is for you to come and spy on the meeting, or to stay in the warehouse in case they use our absence to strike at us.
Well, there are guards there, and there are
That's true. You're right, and they have got their plan was to go for Knife Hand. If they've got two plans running in tandem, you're right. I find that unlikely.
Well, we can check on the Kasji now if you're worried.
Well, we have 4 hours.
You do have 4. Yes.
First of all, I'd like to check where this meeting place is. I want to make sure it's sufficiently public. I want to know the approaches. I want to know how you would get out of there if we had to.
Okay.
All that kind of thing.
Yep. So you walk over to the eastern square, and you find there is like several columns that have street signs basically on them. One on each side of the square, basically. The western one is obviously on the western side, and this is the square where the workshop is. The Umberdeep workshop is standing on, with still the 4 guards at the front, sitting on chairs, basically looking around, and 2 more guards patrolling around the herders, basically. There's a bunch of other buildings around, and this place looks quite public, yeah. It's not in the center of the square, it's sort of the side of the square, but there must be still people coming and going even after dark.
So if it's so close to her workshop, it could be that they're going to ask us to turn up with a plan, rather than to just turn up and discuss a plan.
Correct.
All right, head back to our workshop, I guess.
Okay. Seems unchanged so far. You can enter without any incident. Kasji is busy, and Dali is helping him out, and he just says, nothing happened, really. The traps on all the windows, and the chimney, and everything's in place.
Okay.
we're making decent progress. I mean, I don't understand half of the stuff that Kasji is doing, but he seems happy enough.
So
you hear Kasji like whistling some merry, jaunty tune while he's working.
So here's the only problem. We don't have a. I obviously don't have the means to summon this creature that they are looking for.
Yeah, but they already know that.
Tulip. No, I know, but Tulip, your spell.
Do you want me to pretend to be a sprite? Sorry.
How close do you need to be to cast your spell on whatever you're casting it on?
Let me think.
What spell is it?
Invisibility. Do you mean which spell? Yeah.
Shatter.
Which spell?
Shatter?
Is it Shatter? Is that what you're talking?
Yeah. Yes.
Let's see.
It's 60 feet.
60 feet. Okay, well, technically, it does not seem to be requiring sight. So that's good.
It's just distance, right?
Yes. A point of your choice within range. It doesn't say within sight, so I'm guessing you can choose a point that you don't see.
So 60 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So feet. How much is it in meters?
20.
20 meters. Okay. Oh.
And there's a gap between the street, or between the workshops and like the next building, right?
Yeah, the workshops are always at least like 20 yards away from the surrounding buildings. It's about 60 feet away. The radius itself of Shatter is only 10 feet, though.
Right.
So it's not a massive area.
The layout of the workshops, we don't know that they're standard, right? They could be specialized.
Possibly, you're not sure.
But the bulk of the workshop, like the bulk of the area where a tinkerer would normally work would more than likely be in the middle of the workshop. Is that right?
It's hard to say. I mean, the forge is in the center, pretty much. So if he's someone working on the forge, yes. If no, then more towards the back. Kasji, for instance, is doing most of his stuff at the back. He's not using the forge too much.
You've also got to figure if she's building a ranged weapon, she's going to be wanting to test it, which implies her being at one end and a target being at the other or something like that.
Yeah, so we're going to have eyes in there to see where to place the spell.
That's fine, because as it happens, that might suit a sort of belt and braces approach that I'm thinking of, which there's no need to tell Lyra about.
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking, since presumably their ability to dull the lanterns is generic and applies to all spellcasting in the area, they'll have no way of knowing if, for example, I was to cast Mage Hand to fiddle with a very minor piece of the machinery. So
for Mage Hand, you'd need to see what you're doing.
Exactly. This is why I asked whether they could get us to the windows. And Lyra and what's his name needn't know about needn't know about this happening at all. Because Shatter is kind of a bit obvious and a bit noisy, if you see what I mean. Politically as well as sonically, I suppose. Whereas if we can use Mage Hand to just create a small flaw, a small error.
What's to stop her from noticing the change?
Arrogance. Also, we need to think about how we can double cross these guys as soon as we've done this.
Yeah, so we can We can.
So if, for example, you cast Shatter, we immediately grass them up as the ones who enabled it. We deny that we cast it.
We just leave, or we use the mage hand to kind of incapacitate one device, and we use Shatter to then break another one.
Yeah. All right. So in order to use Shatter, now can we ask them? Can we say to these chaps, now look here, folks, you're going to turn the lamps off. We're going to go and do our thing, but we reserve the right not to show you what we're doing. Will they go for that?
No.
They might.
They're not going to trust us on this one.
They definitely don't
so.
want to be caught with their hands red in this. So I can't imagine them wanting to oversee or be right there.
No.
The risk is soundly going to be on our shoulders.
So that's the deal then. That's the deal we offer them. You get us close, then we'll do the rest. You don't need to know what we're going to do. We'll suffice to say, we'll do it because it's in our interest to do it as much as theirs. Possibly more so since we're more of an outsider.
Let's watch out because they might want to take us out too. They might try to backstab us.
Possibly, but Knife Hand's the big threat, and they know it. If they get an opportunity, yeah, sure, of course they will. But
after the job, they can easily
sure
call some guards on us, and when we are caught red-handed there near the workshop, that'll be quite obvious.
Yes, but that's an inherent risk. There's no way around that risk.
Yeah.
For now, let's just go to this meeting of yours.
All right. Well, you have about 3 hours before the meeting. Is there any preparations you want to do before you go?
I'm just going to tell. What was the wizard's name?
Dolly.
Dolly. Okay. I'm just going to tell. Put a hand on his shoulder, take him to the side for 1 minute, and I'm just going to explain to him where we are going and what we are going to do, so he knows.
Be careful; these people are probably not trustworthy. But I suppose I'll just stay here. Do you think they could be doing two things at the same time, or maybe Mistress
Possibly
might try to sabotage us? But
possibly. So keep your eyes out on anything weird. The windows are trapped, so
and shut.
I don't think that. Yeah, so I don't think they're going to try anything tonight. But just watch out for magic users or
I'll put an eye on the
summon. Or summoned beings, because they seem to plan to summon something.
Right. Well, I'll be on the lookout. And I have some spells.
Good luck and
or prepared in case anything we come to blows with anything. But yeah, we'll need to protect these damn hamsters.
Quick reminder of the rules of the competition. We are not allowed to even approach the other warehouses.
Nothing about that. You're just not allowed inside the other warehouses.
See, I'm wondering, gentlemen, whether we shouldn't go to Knife Hand, tell her that we've been hired by the other guys to screw them over.
And then what?
Then allow the shatter to fail, but my mage hand to succeed. So so her device is potentially ruined, but the other guys are in it for trying to carry out the main plan.
That is a great plan. What's stopping them when they fail to tell on us?
We didn't know what they were planning. We thought it was just hijinks, Your Honor.
Okay. That nobody will believe that. Everybody knows that during the Tinker Games.
Yeah, but to a certain degree, it doesn't matter whether they believe it. It's whether they can prove otherwise.
You were seen at the tavern, entering the room, but that doesn't really prove anything.
But we're quite freely prepared to admit, yes, the other team hired us to screw you over. But look, we're coming to you first to give you a warning.
That might screw over Kasji.
Well, we have no evidence that Knife Hand has done anything underhand, do we? None.
Yes, but she might be very honest, and she will tell on us.
Or very confident.
Doesn't
even see the need to cheat.
I think approaching her might be a mistake. I think we need to find a way to double cross the brother and sister, but there is something else as an alternative. I can also cast Unseen Servant, which would work similar to your Mage Hand, but would be more effective in that it could remain for an hour, as long as I can see where I'm controlling it. So there's quite a bit of trouble that it could cause. It's invisible.
I'm just checking the definition of my Mage Hand with the legerdemain quality.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Because I can't remember off the top of my head exactly what it does with the quality. Wait, what?
It basically allows you to do it as a bonus action, I believe, as opposed to an action, and you can do it like more. You have more fine motor skills.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the case. Yeah.
I mean, actually, it'd probably be best if we did it both. If we used both. If you worked at in some way, I mean, it's moot if they can't turn the lanterns off.
That's true.
Or maybe they're lying to us to.
that would be genuinely funny if we're just volunteering to walk into this.
Yeah, we have no guarantee that it works. The turning off of the lamps.
So the Mage Hand with the legerdemain, I can make the spectral hand invisible, stow and retrieve objects, use thieves' tools, picks, and locks to disarm traps at range, succeeding on a dexterity sleight of hand check, contested by their wisdom.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd say we go to the meeting. Let's hear them out. Worst case scenario, we run.
I'll be in the back, watching.
Yeah. So yeah, we don't want Tulip to be obviously part of us.
Okay.
But just the two of us will show up.
All right. So you wait for a couple hours. The sun at the very top at the opening of the volcano disappears, and the night light, the reddish light of the gnomish city of Glimmerfall is slightly dimmed. And yeah, you want to get there early, late, on time?
Oh, early.
Early, yeah.
Okay. How much early? How far? Like how long before? So 8 o'clock is the allocated time.
I mean, these discussions took place more or less in real time, so technically we've got 2 hours.
Yeah, you have about 2 hours, I'd say.
Yeah, 2 hours.
So you want to get there now?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Is this anywhere near where that shoe store was?
Yeah, actually, it's only maybe about 2 houses away from that.
Interesting.
At least there is a shoe store there. You're not sure if that's the exact
Right.
because you haven't seen it, but could be.
I'm gonna cast disguise self to make myself look like one of the kids.
All right, a specific one, or just generally like a slightly shoveled street kid?
Just one of the just nondescript.
Okay.
So I'll be walking with Lem.
Okay.
Um,
Where is Tulip while this is going on?
I'm going to hang around behind them, like walking behind them.
How far?
Well, 20 feet.
Okay. And are you like invisible or disguised or something, or just walking on the open?
I'll just cast disguise self.
Okay.
And
It only lasts an hour, though. You know that, right?
yeah.
Okay.
If
Now
and I'm going to
you have 2 hours before the meeting starts.
I'm going to find some sort of high point, a rooftop or something,
Mhm.
and I'm going to sit up there. And when the meeting time closes in, I'm going to cast just invisibility.
Okay, sure. Okay, so what are you guys looking for? The square is still at 6 o'clock in the evening. It's still bustling with activity. No one's approaching the workshop, but there's a lot of people watching. They kind of seem bored. They're talking about the Thinker games. They seem less exciting than the ones 3 years ago. No fires, no gelatinous cubes, no smoke bombs, no stuff.
Yes.
But no one seems to be paying you too much attention.
If I'm just gonna do a brief walkthrough of the shoe stop or the shoe store.
Yeah, it's open. It's just about to close down. There's an elderly couple that seem to be owning it. Still maybe 2 or 3 customers there. It's sort of a slightly poor-ish shop, not terribly destitute, but definitely on the worst side.
So I fit right in.
Probably, yeah. They do give you suspicious glances as you walk in. However, the wife sort of nods to you greetingly.
I smile. I'll give her a big broken tooth grin.
Okay. She gives you another nod and sort of turns away.
I'll start looking around.
Okay. Well, shoe shop. I mean, there's shoes on the walls. There's several doors leading to somewhere. You have no clue where.
Yeah.
There's a counter. There's different like small tools basically for making shoes, different straps of leather of different kinds, and so on.
Okay, so no obvious like open doors or anything like that would show like the back of the building.
No. Closed. All the doors leading the further into the building are closed.
Okay. I'll and I don't notice anybody that fits the description of the blonde gnome.
No. There's the elderly couple who seem to be the owners, and there's like 3 or 4 customers basically.
Okay, I'll head back out and rejoin them.
Okay.
I guess we're gonna wait.
Okay, you can both give me perception checks while you're doing that.
Perception. Yeah, right. That'll happen.
I'm nearsighted.
Yep, seems like it. 14. All right. Lem, you actually noticed 2 street kids, not looking that different from what Pius's current demeanor, are standing one to your left, about maybe 35 one side of square, sort of opposite the workshop, keeping an eye on there.
Has Pius rejoined me at this point?
Yeah, he's just come back out of the shop.
I'll just sort of walk up to him so that one of the children is over my shoulder.
Yep.
So that when he's looking at me, he could actually look over my shoulder and see that the child.
Okay.
You see that?
Which one? The one at the workshop or the one?
Doesn't really matter actually, but the one nearest the workshop, I guess.
Okay.
Recognize him?
I'll take a closer look.
No, you do not recognize him. This one's a little younger than the other ones that you have seen.
It looks like one of them, but I haven't seen him before.
Okay, casually sort of, kick the ground, look around, turn a little bit so that I'm in the same relationship visually to the other one.
Mm-hmm.
Same question.
No, you don't recognize this one either.
No, it looks like they're going through their messengers rather quickly, or they've got quite a few.
Yeah, probably. Oh well, fine. We'll wait.
So where are you waiting? Close by or further away from the meeting point?
At the meeting point.
Oh, you're actually waiting at the meeting point.
Yeah, I can see. Well, unless anybody's got an opinion as to why not. Not least because Tulip has got to a rooftop overlooking the meeting point, I presume.
That's true.
Yeah, I'm good. I think we're good here.
Okay. Tulip, give me a perception check.
Okay.
As the time slowly passes and you're looking around from your vantage point, like a small staircase or something you climbed up on.
That's persuasion or perception. Let's see.
All right. Time passes, the light dims, and slowly but surely the crowd disperses. There's still people coming and going, quite a few people on the square, but it's no longer packed with people like it was an hour or two ago. And then as the first strikes of the clock of 8 o'clock, the first of the 8 strikes starts ringing out over the city. The two of you leaning against the sort of column, you can see a sort of older gnome sort of coming towards you, spectacles on his face, and he stops about 10 feet away from you and stares at you. Are you still dressed as a street kid, Pies?
No, I'd probably have dropped it. Well, it would have dropped after an hour or so. I would be the druid.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'd appear to be the druid that I was earlier.
Okay. The old fella's like looking at you, very obviously.
Give him a wide, stupid grin.
Right, that must be you then. You're supposed to follow me.
No, we're supposed to be meeting here.
Yes, we are meeting here.
Yep.
And then you're supposed to follow me.
Nope, that wasn't the deal. We're meeting here.
I don't know anything about the deal. I was told to fetch you.
Where were you told to take us?
Just down that alley. He points to one of the side alleys that are sort of moving around, sort of around the shoe shop.
It's not a dark alley, is it, by any chance?
No, it's not dark, no. Just one of the side alleys. It's not like a tiny, gritty murder back alley. Just smaller than the several of the large road, the main roads.
Well, are we aware of where Tulip is?
Sorry?
Are we aware of where Tulip is?
I presume you would have spotted him eventually, in the last 2 hours.
Would he have sight in this alleyway from where he is?
Yes, not perfect, but you would see.
I can always move to have a better sight on you.
Yeah. Are you invisible already?
Yeah, yes, probably.
So, what will it be?
Lead on.
All right. Walks over that alley, You follow him, and he sort of walks to the very back where the alley is sort of parting, like a T-junction, basically. And he says, as you stop there, he says, "All right, that's as far as we go." And you wait here. And he turns to the right and disappears around the corner slowly. Walking away, you can hear his footsteps. And then you can hear footsteps approaching from the other side, from the left side, basically.
How many?
2 pair.
Okay.
And you can see 2 gnomish figures, sort of cloaks, hoods over their heads, but you can see a man and a woman, a little goatee on one side and a very gentle curves of a woman's chin and lips on the other. Welcome. I'm glad you followed our invitation. This is my brother Lauren. You have met him briefly before.
So you do both actually exist. I did wonder.
Lauren gives you a sort of a smile, a little more of a showing of the teeth really than a smile. He says, "All right, that was a neat little trick yesterday. I don't really like seeing people impersonate me. It's a new one. Anyway, we're supposed to work together now. That's what my sister said. Take out Umber Deeps. Is that correct?"
Yes.
Good then. We have everything at the ready. You think you can do your part?
Certainly.
We want to know what your preparations entail so that we know how we need to adjust our plan.
We'll show you. Come on. And he turns and walks back downward the way they came.
Okay. Does she go with him, or?
No, she's just standing there looking at you, basically. And sort of nods in the direction where her brother has gone.
Okay. I'll follow.
Okay.
Yep.
She sort of walks like behind you, not like super close, but yeah, taking the rear, basically. And they lead you to a small back door, basically. It leads into a property. And he gives a short knock signal. The door opens, and they enter inside. You can see 2 other gnomes, both armed with short swords, standing there. They look a little nervous. One of them sort of peeks outside as you enter, just looking up and down the roads. Seems like we're clear, boss. Good. Now, wanted to see our preparations, and you see saw some sort of back room, and he walks to a corner of the room and opens a trapdoor and points downwards. You can see a ladder leading down into a lit room that seems to be part of a basement.
Okay, this is getting too obvious.
So where are you, Tulip, at the moment, by the way?
Well, I'm... they entered the building, right?
Yes. So you saw them basically entering. You can try slipping in, but you'd have to give me a stealth check.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a stealth check now.
Okay. This is technically with disadvantage because you're very close to people, walking like basically brushing past one of the guards. However, you are invisible, which gives you advantage, so it will just be a straight up roll.
Okay. Please don't fail. Please don't fail.
21.
Hey.
Not bad.
Whoa.
You slip past the guard,
I just...
sort of looking out, up and down. You sort of slip under his arm and enter, and he closes the door.
Okay. Yes, the only downside to this is we have no idea he's in the room.
Yeah, you do not know. That's true. You would assume that he is somewhere outside. Probably close by, but not in the room. Now,
well, tunnels. Oh, yes, the Red-Headed League indeed.
Well, it's a simple way to approach. It took us a while to dig that. Dwarfs are handy, though.
So the lamps don't reach below ground level?
Yeah.
Where does the tunnel come out?
It doesn't come out anywhere.
It just goes
So
under. It goes under the building
The tunnel just runs under the workshop. I see.
Exactly.
to and connects presumably with one of the grills similar to in our workshop.
What? It doesn't connect to anything. It's just under the building.
Your sister assured us you could get a sight of the room.
Don't know anything. I don't know anything of that. She sort of spreads her hands and says, well, I meant through one of the windows, not out of the tunnel.
Yes, we need. Yes, we need. In order for us to do our part, we need sight of the room. How you get the sight of the room is.
I thought you needed to get close.
But there's close and there's close enough.
Well, you can't have sight of the interior and get close at the same time. We can only do one or the other. I thought that was understood. Are we at an impasse here, dear sister? No, I'm sure everything will work out. Don't want it, my friends.
How would you get us to the window, or to have sight of the room?
We have a good positioning on one of the buildings, has the exact right angle to see through one of the windows, and one of our friends is quite skilled. He can throw a grappling hook over and gently open one of the windows, hopefully without anyone noticing. You'll be able to see inside.
You present us with mutually exclusive options.
Not necessarily. There are the two of you.
Give us a moment to confer.
Of course. They sort of retreat to the other side of the room. So if you speak quietly, you won't be overheard.
Do we split up?
I don't know.
Because the reason is because the way that I would be able to affect her, I need to be able to see pretty closely what I'm doing, which means getting onto that roof and having a look straight through those windows. But if we split up, we're giving away the fact that we're doing two different things.
Well, I think that cat is outside of the bag of holding.
Unless we say that out of the methods we were considering, we are more prepared to use, because it doesn't inherently matter to Tulip, does it? Whether he goes. In fact, it's better for him because of the limited range of shatter. It is better for him to be able to see as well, isn't it?
Well, it's more precise, that's for certain. But for him, I mean, conceivably nothing is stopping us from getting sight of where something should be cast, and then going downstairs under the tunnel and casting it, if it doesn't require sight to cast. So if we could do that and then know exactly where we would want to cast that spell, then that would be ideal for him.
Tulip, you can speak to them technically if you want to, if you're whispering. Just so you're aware.
Is anyone going to hear me?
Well, the two guards and the twins, let's call them twins, even though they're not twins, but like brother and sister, are on the other side of the room. It's a sort of medium-sized room, so if you're keeping it quiet, they should be able to hear.
Okay, so I'm going to whisper to them. I'm going to say, I don't need sight.
You just hear a voice coming from behind your ear.
The spell has basically a area of effect. So it's just a circle with a 10-meter radius.
No,
Right.
it's feet. That's
The
3.
feet. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Feet.
So-
Sorry.
So I'll do my best not to jump,
Yeah.
and I'll respond by speaking to Lem and say the concern though is that where you place that, if you don't see where the device is first, then you may miss.
Well, I just have to know how far above my head it's situated, and if it's further than 60 feet, yeah,
No, it wouldn't be. I mean, I don't think it'd be further than 60 feet. But if you cast a 10-foot radius explosion and the bolt thrower is outside of that radius, then your spell is worthless. So we have
to.
Loud.
So we'd have to, and really loud. So we'd have to find where in that workshop is this. They're working so that you then know. You see what I'm?
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I see. So we'll just have to look.
So
We'll
have to
window.
look first. Anyway, for any of our things, before we try and use the tunnel. Okay.
Go back to the brother and sister.
Okay.
I assume that you've measured all these distances very carefully, and you know exactly where the tunnel terminates.
The tunnel ends pretty much straight in the center of the workshop.
Okay.
Underneath it, anyway, about 6 feet underneath it. To be precise.
So we need to get up on the roof. We need to scope out what her movement is, then communicate that back to whoever's in the tunnel.
That works. My brother will take you up. Won't you, brother dear? Of course, of course. Do you want to go up right now or wait until it gets a bit darker?
You've probably spent more time watching her than we have. Does she have any non-mechanical assistants?
No, there's no one in there. In fact, not even guards. She sent them out.
So those mechanicals are not going to sleep.
No, they are not. She is, but I doubt that she will sleep tonight. I wouldn't if I was her.
So it really makes no never mind.
I suppose not. Then let's do it. Let's get it over and done with. Follow me?
We'll go with.
Yes. Okay. I'm going to go with this chap here. I'm going to go up onto the roof, Master Pius, and I will return. You can come with me, or wait here, or do as you will, and I will return, and we will be able to work out, hopefully, the geography.
All right. Well, seeing as much more your task than mine, I've definitely not been on my game spotting things. So we'll rely on your eyes.
Yeah, good one.
All right. So Lauren takes you outside. You cross the central square very obviously. He's not trying to hide or anything. And then you come to a small door on a house that's about maybe, well, one of the closest houses to the workshop, really. It's about maybe 20 yards away or so. On the sort of right side of the right back side of the workshop. He knocks. The door opens, and you can see two street kids standing there. One of them holding a crossbow, sort of out of sight behind the door. And they say, Master, can we help you? Yes, we need to get up to the roof, me and this fella here. It's time to open the window. Be a good boy, Jeffen, and help us out there, shall we? And where's the device I gave you? It's right here, Master. He walks over to the side of the room and opens a small trunk and takes out a longish object that's wrapped in leather, sort of maybe about this long. Lauren takes it. Right, let's go. You climb up onto the second floor, so 2 stories up, and then down a corridor into a small room. This guy, the young, well, maybe 12, 13-year-old kid who's leading you, Jeffen, who's even for a gnome, very small, pushes the window open and climbs out onto like a brick tile roof. And he says, like turns to you and says, now, the tile's a bit rickety, so put your feet exactly where I'm putting them. You wouldn't want to fall down. It's a good 25 feet down there.
Very well.
And yeah, he basically shows you stepping very carefully, and you follow him, walking you first and then Lauren behind you. And you come to a small nook, which is sort of in between a chimney and like the side of the roof. And you can see from here, you can see the sort of right backhand corner of the workshop quite well. And you can also see that there's a little rope, very thin rope, some sort of silk rope or something with like a small grappling hook attached there. And Lauren says, all right, Jeffen, do you think? As you wish, boss. He takes the grappling hook and with quite a bit of degree of skill, throws it over and manages to latch onto the window and then sort of jerks it around a bit and it slides down and catches on something. He sort of pulls and the window opens up like the shutters. And you can see this bright white light shining out.
I don't suppose, Master Lauren, you did any work on experimenting whether the lamps didn't reach upward as well as downward, did you?
I have no clue, but I'd say they would. Anyway, here, take a look. And he presents you the object that he's holding, this longish bundle of leather.
Unwrap it.
It's a spyglass.
Okay. So, what can we see?
You look through. Give me a perception check with advantage.
Okay, give me a second. Okay, perception is going to be 4. First one.
Oh, wait, your perception is +6?
+6. 4 plus proficiency bonus.
Your perception, really?
I think so. Hang on.
You have a super crap.
No. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing. I'm sorry. Yeah, no. No, because my perception, as we all know, is actually that.
Yeah, I thought so. -1. Okay, so that's a 13 total. Okay, so what you can see is the back part. You can see maybe about the sort of 20, maybe 20% of the workshop, which is at the very back. And you can see there's one of those mechanical spider things moving around, one of her guards or assistants or something. And there is a single leg, a very big one, but maybe double the size of the legs of these spider things, constructed lying on the floor, with a bit of like tools and such around, very meticulously arranged. And there's also a shelf full of tools and bits and pieces. And you can see shadows on the floor moving around, basically coming from the rest of the house.
So I infer that the large leg is detached from any main body she might have built?
Yes, indeed. Looks like it is a part of the main body.
And there's no way of, there's not going to be any way of inferring where the main structure lies, is there?
Hard to say. Could be close, could be on the other side of the room.
Yeah. So the question is, would doing one leg be good enough? Is this rope that he's used to unhook the window, is it still attached to something on the other side of the roof?
No, he pulled it back.
Yeah.
It would be very conspicuous, dangling over.
And how thick is the rope that he used with that grappling hook?
Not very thick. It's very thin. It's a very thin, like silk rope.
So strong?
Strong, yeah, but thin.
Would it take my weight?
Possibly.
Young man, I think I need a slightly closer look. I wonder if you could perhaps attach your marvelous little device to something secure enough for me to cross over.
What? You want to walk on the rope?
Nothing quite so dramatic. I was more thinking of clinging on for dear life.
Lauren says, I don't like it. There's some herders patrolling. It's quite likely they'll see you hanging overhead. You're not that high.
If on the basis of what I can see, my dear chap, we will at most destroy one of what is presumably an 8-legged creature. She will have 12 hours to build a new leg. This doesn't strike me as a sound.
11 and a half, but I suppose.
Yes, so it doesn't strike me as a sound wager unless we can be more certain.
Well, I think it's too risky. You want to be caught here? My guests. I won't be here to wait for you.
No, but that's all right. I mean, if I get caught, I'll just show them to your tunnel.
Sure. You're welcome to.
It has to be done. It's too much of a risk not to. So, after you, young fellow.
What, you want to throw it over again?
Yes.
Boss? Just do what the damn fool says. I'll see you later. And he gingerly steps back and disappears through the window back inside. All right, then, I suppose. And he catches on the edge of the chimney there. And it hangs there quite well. And he ties it around the chimney where you are at the moment. Ties a knot into it.
Right. 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 So I'm just blatantly putting off the moment.
Right. He's like looking at you like pretty wide-eyed.
Yes. Don't rush me. For heaven's sake. Right.
Sure you want to do that, mister?
No, not remotely. Right. I'm going.
All right.
Right. I'm going. Right. Is this a good idea? Just tell me it is.
It is.
Great. Thank you. That's what I needed to hear. Okay, go.
Okay. Give me an acrobatics check.
That is going to be okay.
22.
I'm a lucky boy.
You are. Okay. You make it. It's like this, basically. Just hanging across. There's a herder that passes underneath you, but he doesn't look up, thankfully, as you only pass like maybe 12 feet or so overhead. 15 feet over his head. He would probably look, if he looks up, he would probably see you, but you managed to make your way across, and you're now covering, slightly shaky and sweaty, in the shadow of the chimney of the workshop.
Okay, peek over the windowsill so I can see a wider area of the workshop.
So like down, basically, because you're on the roof. So you hang down, you look inside. You can see a bit more, but maybe half or nearly half the workshop now. You can see the back part of the furnace. And what looks to be the body sort of leaning against, not quite leaning, but like not far from the back side of the furnace, standing there, and there is a second, some sort of weird box that's sort of standing maybe about 2 yards away from the body. You're not quite sure what that is. It's like a metal box thing.
Literally a featureless metal box, or
no? It's like, it looks like it's made out of like thick wires, many thick wires. And it's not like completely enclosed. It has like these weird holes inside.
So it looks intricate.
Yes.
And hard to reproduce.
Probably.
Yes.
But the main body as well looks as that as well.
How portable is it? Does it look like it's kind of heavy? She'd need to take an effort to move it, or is it carry it?
A single gnome probably couldn't carry it. No, it looks like it can be quite heavy. 2 or 3 people probably could carry it. Or one of those mechanical spiders.
Is it close enough to the main body so that this spell radius would catch the body, assuming that the box had been moved? So if the box is moved, but I tell him to cast it where the box was.
Just barely. So the radius is 10 feet. Oh, actually, sorry. Let me see. Is it radius? I'm pretty sure it's radius 10 feet. Shatter.
Yeah, it's 10 feet.
Yeah, a sphere. It would catch it, not completely. They're about maybe 15 feet away from each other, the box and the body. So it would catch them sort of both on the edges.
Of course it would. Of course it bloody well would.
If the box is moved and you center it on where the box was, the body would be touched. There is, however, a bunch of like tools and small pieces lying around on what looks to be some sort of rugs, basically laid out on the floor, like white linen or something.
Okay. As best I am able to. Have I got writing implements on me by any chance? I haven't specifically purchased a scribe's kit or anything.
Then no. You might maybe have like a piece of charcoal, but you don't have like parchment or anything.
Okay, but I'm wearing a linen shirt.
You are.
Then tear off a bit of the tail of the shirt.
Okay.
And use that to kind of sketch it with dimensions as best I'm able to guesstimate.
Okay.
And working out where the middle of the room is in relation to everything else, etc.
Okay.
That's where the tunnel is.
Well, the middle of the room is kind of where the furnace is.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So that's pretty central.
Yeah. So it's all relative to that. Okay, good.
Yeah.
I am so tempted to see if I could cast Mage Hand at this point.
You can try.
Can I see the lanterns from where I am? Any of the lanterns?
Yes, you could. If you like, maybe not at this very moment, but if you push your head a bit further down, if you like let it hang a bit further down, you could see the lanterns. Yes. At the moment, you can't see the ceiling, but you can see the light from the lanterns.
Yeah. But that's all I'd need to know. Do I want to do it? Do they go upwards? Yes, I'm going to cast Mage Hand.
Okay, what are you doing with it?
Well, first of all, I want to see if the lamps turn red.
So you're just like swinging it around?
Just having it, just right in front of me, yeah, on the roof, next to my shoulder on the roof here.
Okay. Oh, on the roof?
Yep.
Okay. Nothing happens.
Okay, I'm going to do. I'm looking. You said there was a bunch of small parts laying around on white linen cloth.
Yes.
Is there lying anywhere about a hacksaw or a file?
Yes, there is a file.
I don't know anything about tinkering.
That is correct.
On the basis of my ignorance, is there any way that I would conceivably think, if I just make this piece of metal a little bit shorter or something?
Give me an intelligence check with disadvantage.
Sorry?
Intelligence check with disadvantage.
Yeah, for sure.
These are very complex things.
Yeah. Okay, but I'll take the roll. Sure, why not? 1, 2.
A 6. No, you have no clue. I mean, you have heard that tinkering is very intricate, so small damage can be quite substantial, but that's all.
Can I see her?
You do see her maybe appearing briefly every now and then, but she seems to be working on the front, more towards the front at the moment. You can see her shadow on the ground, basically.
And I'm assuming that the spiders are a combination of fetching and carrying and standing.
Basically, yeah, exactly. You can see 2 spiders moving around her. You're not sure where the third one is. Maybe at the front of the building or something. You can't see it at the moment anyway.
Okay. She's going to test this anyway, so she's going to spot this before it all goes wrong. Okay, I'm going to send the mage hand down, and I'm looking to find a pair of scissors or...
Okay. As soon as the mage hand enters the building,
yep,
one of the lanterns flares up red.
Immediately.
Okay.
And head back across.
Okay. Now, because the window is open, the red light is thrust out onto the street as well. So give me a... You can hear a voice going, "Hey, do you see that?" Somewhere down below. What do you do?
I panic. That's what I do, and make my way back across the road.
Give me another dexterity, acrobatics check.
Okay, this is not great. It's plus. It's plus that. Oops, hold on.
Oh.
Okay. And also give me a stealth check. Because there is now 2 herders closing in on your position, looking around. 20, nice. Despite their sharp gazes, and one of the smoke elementals that flies up into the air and starts circling around the window, none of them notices you. You manage to reach the other side.
Is the youth still there?
He is gone.
Fine, I'll just leave the rope.
Okay.
And leave and head straight back to the building where the other...
Okay. Yeah, you can hear now shouting behind you. You can hear, "Wait, what's that? A rope!" As you disappear into the building.
Mm-hmm. Yes, head straight back to the room with the tunnel entrance.
Okay, so you come out onto the street. You can see just as you come down the stairs, there's no one there. The room's empty, and the door's actually open. You're the only one in the building at the moment, from the looks of it.
Can I sort of exit this building without walking immediately into the guards?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, yeah, out on the street, straight back.
Okay. Yeah, you can hear shouts. The entrance to the building is actually sort of opposite of where you were.
Mm.
So you walked in through the door, and then up, and then out the back.
Yeah.
So the back of the building. Sorry, give me a second, guys. Be back in a moment.
Mm.
Okay.
Heavens, sorry, gentlemen, that took longer than I expected.
No, that's no problem. We're just going to have to like set up a third game, I think.
I don't know. Where are we? Yeah, 20+10 Europe Central Time. Yeah.
Okay, I'm back. So, jumping back to, well, actually, you will return.
Yeah.
And Lauren has appeared before you, has arrived before you, and has told the others what's going on, and that he thinks that you're a bit crazy. But you return a few minutes after him, basically. Lauren gives you a look and says, "You weren't caught, were you? It looks like the guards are alarmed, though."
Despite the pallor in my cheeks and the sweat on my forehead and the fact that my hands are trembling, I poorly pretend an air of insouciance. "Oh, no, dear fellow, absolutely fine. No problem."
Right. Well, It's nearly 9 o'clock now.
What did you see?
Well, gentlemen.
So speaking of that time, Tulip, your invisibility is close to running out. You only have a couple minutes left.
So I'm going to enter the tunnel.
Okay, so you're climbing down the ladder.
Yeah.
Give me another stealth check as you are climbing down the ladder.
Ah, this is the one I'm going to fail.
You have advantage because you are invisible. $20. Yep.
13.
Yep.
Oh, 20 because advantage, right?
Yeah. You climb down the ladder and you come into a basement area basically, and you looking around a bit, you see behind a couple of stacked up boxes of shoes, there is a tunnel that's been dug.
Is there anyone here?
No, there's a bit of light down here, but there's a lantern there standing on one of the boxes, but there's no one here. You see the tunnel goes straight up and disappears in the darkness. It's only about maybe 5-6 feet tall and only slightly, maybe 7-8 feet wide. So it's not massive. It looks quite freshly dug with wooden support beams on the sides.
And there's a ladder here, right?
A ladder that
yeah, so I'm going to hide behind the ladder.
It doesn't really work because the ladder is open.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. So I'm going to hide behind one of the boxes.
Okay, you can do that.
Close enough.
Going on upstairs a little bit, not perfectly.
So I can hear what they're talking about.
Okay, in the meantime, Lem shares what he has found out, basically, showing his shirt, torn shirt with the markings on it.
All right, well, then I believe the disturbance that we can create should be able to, at the very least, destroy some of those small devices.
Lyra looks quite impressed. She nods and says, I must admit, I did not expect as much from you, but this might actually work.
And I'll look around since I had no idea where Tulip is.
You're right. You have no idea.
Well, I suppose we're going down the ladder now. I say a little loud, I'm...
Lawrence says, I'll stay here. The two of you, he points at the two guards, don't think we need you. You can disappear. You've been paid, yes?
Come on.
They look at each other and it's nod.
Can I get an insight check?
On whom?
On Lauren?
Sure.
I want to basically get a sense of whether or not that was a signal.
Right.
Or, something.
Yeah.
Of course.
You have no idea. He's very hard to read.
I'm
He's
so
clearly
glad.
a very trustworthy individual.
Of course. All right, let's go. Let's get this job done.
All right. I suppose ladies first, right? And Lyra climbs down the ladder. Lauren gives you a nod, sort of crosses arms and just leans against the wall, up looking down the ladder.
I go down.
Okay.
Yes, if that's the general consensus, then yep, I follow.
Okay. So Lyra stops and points and says, behind those crates, that's the tunnel.
Okay. And let me see that map again.
Oh, I'll hand it over to...
The tunnel exits ends pretty much exactly in the center of the room. So if you look
All
up, walk to the end, you look up, you're under the furnace.
Okay, so I'll hold the map out as far, so that anybody that may be in the room that I can't see is able to, look at the map.
Sadly, since Tulip is no longer invisible, you can't look at the map because he's hiding behind a crate, but you don't know that.
You're right.
Yeah, but I've heard. I'm hearing what she's saying, and she's
Yeah,
basically.
you're hearing what she's saying. Yes,
So,
Yeah.
so and also because I don't know if he's seeing this or not, I say, so if the small delicate tools that were laid out are just 5 feet or so away from the, and I start basically describing, out loud the layout.
Okay.
Give me a deception check.
Of course, that's my specialty. So hopefully that won't go horrible like everything else.
Right?
24.
Do you have an advantage?
Let me see. It expressly says advantage for deception on charisma deception checks. Wait, when that is. Oh, the only when I'm trying to pass myself off as a different person. Well, technically, I am trying to pass myself off as a different person.
Well,
but,
no.
But not for.
Not
Trying to pass yourself off as the person who thinks that Tulip is still invisible. Yeah.
Okay, you see, so you can immediately realize like Lyra's gaze becomes sharper, piercing, and she looks around the room for a bit, and then that sharp gaze disappears again. But she's clearly suspicious now.
Of course.
So, shall we?
Yes, let's get going.
She sort of gestures towards the tunnel.
I'll move. Do I have to move the crates out of the way, or what do I have to do?
But only a little bit, so you can wiggle.
Okay, I'll shift. Do I see Tulip over there as I'm moving the crates, or
No, there's several. Like, actually, you can give me a perception check. Stealth check, as they are now in the room and they could actually. Well, no, Pius does not see you. That's for sure.
Okay.
that's not a feat though.
That is
I
true.
am apparently Mr. Magoo.
Okay, 20. I'm invisible.
And, Lem as well. Actually, Lem, you can't roll a 20, so you don't even need to roll.
No.
Your perception is a -1.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, you are none of the three in the room. Neither Lyra nor Pius nor Lem have noticed you two.
All right, so I'm going to shift the stack out of the way.
Yep.
And
okay. Yeah, Lyra just stands at the entrance, like stops at the entrance and says, "I'll be here. I don't want to get too close."
I'm going to look at Lem and say, you should probably stay up here and make sure she doesn't leave us holding the bag, so to speak.
I was about to say, I was just sort of going to check the entrance to the tunnel and see whether, it might be, say, easily collapsible or something.
No, it doesn't look easily collapsible. I mean, you could collapse it with like an axe and maybe 5 minutes of work chopping down the support beams. But not easily, no.
Okay.
It's quite well supported.
Okay, well, I'm not going to be any use down a tunnel without anything that can do anything, so yeah, I will wait at the entrance.
So it's just it's going in there, I suppose, then. Well, very well. She sits down on a crate, basically, looking down the tunnel.
Yep, so I guess it's just me.
While we're waiting, Lyra, let me show you something. And I get out my 3 cards and sort of try and turn her into this kind of cellar, as it were, so she's not looking down the tunnel.
She's not falling for that, I'm afraid. She sort of gives you a quick glance, then like arches an eyebrow and looks away back into the tunnel.
No, wait, look, watch this. Watch.
Quiet.
What? Why? Go walk up behind her and sort of put my head on her shoulder so that I'm looking down the tunnel with her, but uncomfortably close.
She turns and slaps you across the face.
Well, so at this point she's not looking at me since she's not looking down the tunnel since she's turned.
Yeah, she's definitely looking at you now, and she's actually pulling a dagger.
I'm going to cast blindness on Lyra.
Oh boy.
Okay.
This is about to go horribly.
That's a wisdom saving throw or something?
I'm just wait. Here's the description.
Blindness. A constitution saving throw. Okay, she does not have an advantage on that, actually.
That's great.
And that's 10, so she fails, I'm pretty sure. Your DC's, where is it? 13, okay. And she's like, what? And sort of immediately starts slashing the air in front of her with a dagger.
No, calm down. I'm right here. I'm going to hold out my hand. Put the dagger down.
What's going on? I can't see.
I don't know. Just wait a second. Put the dagger
What's going on down there?
Since she's blind now,
Yep.
can I like incapacitate her in any way?
No. Attack her, and you will have advantage on your attack, but you cannot just knock her out.
So since she's blind, I'm going to enter the tunnel now. She can't
Okay.
see me.
Give me a stealth check with advantage.
This one I'm going to fail probably. Sorry. Stealth check now. Oh god. Well,
Okay, she stops, freezes, and sort of backs away against the wall, holding her dagger in front of her. And but you manage to get past her and into the tunnel.
Okay.
What is this? Take this magic from me?
I didn't do anything. Because I'm genuinely, I have no idea what's just happened.
I can't see anything.
All right, just look. I can't help you if you keep waving the knife around.
Get away from me.
All right.
She seems to be starting to panic. And you can see she puts a finger into a pouch and takes out a flute.
Okay.
I'm in the tunnel, right?
Yeah, you're both in the
Okay.
tunnel.
Okay.
You can see, well, you can actually see Tulip coming towards you, walking fairly quickly.
Hurry up. Go.
You can hear soft flute music coming from behind you.
Okay.
Lyra blinks twice. And then now she seems to be able to see again.
I'm standing in the middle of the room, hands up by my side.
She looks around. You can see her expression is furious. There's so much venom in her gaze that you instinctively take like half a step back as it focuses on you. Then around and then down the corridor where she can clearly see two figures walking into the distance.
Okay.
What is this, trickery? Well, I mean, it's a straight corridor, like going down.
Yeah. Okay.
Is it lit? Oh, it's well lit.
It's not well lit, but it's lit enough to see figures, like silhouettes, basically. She turns to Lem. Who is this? This other fella? You trying to cheat us?
No, merely trying to retain an edge.
Meant that.
Hmm? I had no idea that he was going to cast any kind of spell upon you, for which I do
Give me a
apologize.
persuasion check.
Okay. So this is doubled profession, what's the name?
Yeah, proficiency modifier. Plus your charisma modifier. 21, okay. She looks at you for a couple seconds, then nods. All right, well, whoever your ally is, I hope you're just going to do what's necessary. Brother, we're all right down here. You can go back to your post. All right, sister, if you're sure.
You see, if only you'd shown more interest in cards, we could have avoided all this sorry mess.
Just sort of half snarls at you.
No? Oh, well.
Okay. You guys are at the end of the corridor now. You're sort of in semi-darkness.
Okay.
So I will use, let him see the map at one of the, whatever the light source that was at some point in the tunnel. I would have shown him more precisely, the ideal place of where to do the most damage to the most different types of tool. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And say, we know generally how deep the tunnel is, right?
What do you mean, how deep?
Well, how deep, how far down we are from...
Did they say 6 foot?
Yeah, they said 6 foot.
So then I would say, the ideal spot to do it would be 3 feet above, the floor level, so that you're getting everything as much as you can, rather than, you don't want to necessarily touch the ground. You'd like the radius of the blast not to damage the ground above us, because that could be bad.
Okay, just clear out of the tunnel and leave, and just keep an eye out on Lyra and what's her brother's name?
Wait, what?
Lauren.
Lauren.
Did you?
What?
Did you cast a spell yet?
No, not yet.
He wants me. He's telling this to me. He's saying.
Oh,
he's
okay. Sorry.
telling me to clear out. Yeah.
I thought I had missed something. Okay.
No. Just, I'm telling my companion to keep an eye out for Lyra keep an eye out for them.
Mm-hmm.
So when the proverbial excrement hits the rotating device, then we're in the clear. So
right. So I'll head back down.
Basically, what I'm trying to say is I need to have a clear way out, and by the time the spell goes off, you need to be far away from here.
Yeah.
I mean, the spell goes off instantly.
Yes,
so.
But I'll wait for them to
He wants to basically make a running exit out of there, rather than have to wait for me to get out.
Yeah. That makes sense. Sure.
Okay. So I'm going to clear the tunnel and get to the
because
end.
I have my magic item that makes me go faster, so I can run away quite quickly.
That is right. Forgot about that. Okay. So, which means, so Pius, you're going away.
Yeah, I'm leaving the tunnel, but I'm going to stay right at the end of it so that I can, basically watch.
So you're at the entrance to the basement where Lyra is sort of looking very angry, and Lem is just standing there, with his arms out. So is your friend going to do what we discussed or not?
You'll hear in a moment.
All right.
It's going to be very loud very soon.
All right.
I pull out a metal triangle.
Okay.
A triangle made out of metal, a music instrument.
Yeah.
And just hit it a few times.
Okay. You hear the ding, 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 coming down the tunnel.
Me. Ding, 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 ding. I'm going to catch a deep breath, and I'm going to open my mouth and release a sound which is not really heard by human or gnomish ears.
Okay.
But some dogs may hear this frequency, but basically the voice emits upwards and causes the spell to...
All right, and you can hear a massive blast of sonic boom, basically, up above you. Even you guys who are like across the square and underground, even you can hear a little bit of it. So it must be in the workshop. It must be definitely loud as that massive blast goes off. And as soon as that happens, Lyra vanishes.
And now I'm going to cast disguise self, and I'm going to disguise myself as a random person.
We are in initiative now. Lem, you're up first.
Okay.
What do you want to do?
So she literally just boop disappears.
Yeah, she just gone. One moment she was standing there holding her flute.
Where's the door?
Sorry?
It's the ladder, right?
Yeah,
sorry,
you're in the
Where's the exit? There you go.
There's only the tunnel, and there's the ladder leading upwards.
Head straight for the ladder.
Okay, so you're climbing up?
Yep.
Okay. You can, as you're climbing up, you can hear the door slamming open or shut or something from upstairs.
Yeah. Well, I'd rather be up there where I could see what's going on than down here.
Okay. Pius, you're up next.
Heading to the ladder.
Okay. And you can start climbing, basically. In fact, both Pius and Lem, give me a quick perception check.
I think we all know how this is going to go.
Probably.
No, look at that. I rolled above a 10.
19. Nice. Yeah, you can hear shouts, Lem. You can hear shouts in the distance and the door slamming, basically. As the guards have clearly been alarmed.
Mm-hmm.
Tulip, your turn.
I'm going to cast disguise self on me, just disguise as a random person.
Okay.
Just a street urchin or someone like that.
Sure.
And I'm going to take out my coconut of speed.
Okay.
And I'm going to hit the parts of the coconut.
You can't do both things at the same turn. I believe disguise is an action.
Okay, so I'm going. So next turn, I'm going to activate the item.
Let's see. Disguise self is an action, yes. So you're disguised and you start moving down the tunnel a little bit, basically, as far as you can get. And then you take out your coconuts. That's your turn, basically. Okay. Lem, you're up next.
Up the ladder in one turn, or am I still climbing?
You are up the ladder now. You've reached the top.
Can I see
the room's empty.
Can I see anybody?
No.
And the door out of here is shut?
Yes, the door's shut. It's like a back room. There is one door that you presume must be leading to the front of the shop or something. And there is no windows in this room. And there's a back room, back door.
Disguise self as Lyra.
Okay.
And make for the door.
Okay. You reach the door. You try to open it. It does not budge.
Okay, well, my disguise self would be my action, I guess. So
yeah,
I'm all done.
All right. Pius.
Up the ladder.
Yep. You're up there. You see Lem. Well, actually, you see Lyra standing at the door, trying to push it open. No one else is in the room. You have no idea what happened to Lem. He's gone, and Lauren also seems to be gone. Maybe
what's going on
to the other door. You're not sure.
What's going on here?
It's me, you bloody fool. I'm assuming disguise self doesn't do voices as well, does it?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, that's disturbing.
Yeah, it is.
Let me see. I need to check unseen servant. Okay. When he tried the door, and I guess this is more information for him, just so that I can get, hopefully not have to do it. But did the doors just feel locked, or was it like braced?
Not sure.
Well, I've presumably just got my hand on the handle and pulling at it.
Yeah, exactly. You just try to push the door open and nothing happened, basically. That's all the information you have for now.
Okay. Well,
Quickly, what do you want to do?
I'm going to disguise self as Lauren.
Okay.
And let's see here. I'll cantrip the. I'll say move your hand and cantrip the lock.
Have you got bonus action cantrip?
Well, let me check Eldritch. I think Eldritch Blast. Is it an action?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. That was your turn then. That was Pius. Tulip, you're running, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
What is your speed at the moment with the coconuts?
While I'm clanking the coconuts, my speed is that equal of that of a horse.
That is, I believe, 60 feet. Let me check.
Probably, yes, but I didn't really check the mechanics on this one.
I think a horse is 60 feet. Hawk? What the fuck? There's no horse. Hunter shark, hawk, hyena, jackal. That's weird. Okay. Let's try warhorse. Maybe they have a warhorse. Riding horse. That's right. That's what it is. 60 feet, yes. So it will take you with 60 feet. It will take you 3 turns to get to the basement. That's 180 feet, which is 60 meters. Yeah, that sounds about right. Actually, maybe 2.5 turns, basically. So you're running your first turn. Well, actually, no. Sorry. It will take you this turn and the next, because next turn you can run, which means you can double move, so you get through on your next turn.
Yeah.
This turn you couldn't double move because you used your action to activate your coconuts.
To take out the coconuts, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Len, you're up next.
How sturdy is this door?
Fairly sturdy. Not like it's not a fortress door by any means, but it's an exterior door. It's a fairly thick window.
You'll have to forgive me here. There's a question about the mechanics, which is can I delay so that both I and Pius can put our shoulders to this door?
You can, or one of you can use the aid action to aid the other one, which basically means that whoever has the higher athletics rolls, and then he gets advantage on the roll. Although I'm assuming that both of you have pretty crappy athletics, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah. But that's going to be a more efficient way than me trying to spend 10 minutes trying to pick the damn lock. Is it locked? Actually, has it got a lock on it?
It has a lock, yes.
All right, then I'm just going to.
I'll aid him.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'll try and break it down.
Dash open the door, basically.
Yep.
Okay. Go for it. Let's check with advantage.
With advantage. Okay.
Yes.
There you go. That's the second one. 19 and 11.
So 19. What's your athletics bonus?
0.
Okay, so you smash into the door, both of you, in fact, with the shoulders, and try kicking the door, and the door starts breaking. It's not quite broken yet, but you have damaged it quite significantly. And as this happens, you can hear a soft voice speaking behind you saying, "Fools." And you hear a loud whistling sound behind you, and then an explosion of sound, like the sound of thunder behind you. A massive force hits you both in the back. Both of you give me Constitution saving throws, please.
Yay!
You both fail, which means you both take 12 points of thunder damage, and you're both flung aside and the wall and like fall down onto the ground prone.
What happens to the door?
The door is broken. And you can see Lyra appearing right behind you when she casts her spell and then just running out.
I suppose I have to roll a concentration check
Yes,
for my disguise self.
Self on you. So both of you give me a concentration check. DC 10.
And is that that uses your intelligence bonus, does it?
No, it's a Constitution saving throw, basically.
Oh, okay, all right, fine. Just straight up.
Okay, so Pius, you're no longer disguised. Lem, you are still disguised as Lyra.
Okay.
Okay. That was Lyra's turn. Pius, you used 8, basically. Tulip, your turn.
So basically, I'm running.
Right. So you reach the basically with your full move and your full action, you get to the ladder, and you can hear the explosion from up above. Yeah, that's it. Lem, you're up.
bleeding, I presume, from ears.
Not bleeding so much. It's concussion. It's like a thunderbolt, like a force flinging you aside.
Just check whether my. Okay, stand up.
Yeah, that costs half your movement. So you have like 12 feet left.
Is that an action to stand up?
No, it's half your movement.
Okay. Did she? So she just ran straight out of the door, didn't she?
Yeah, he ran out. Yeah, she ran out. Yeah.
Then I'll do the same.
Okay, so you stumble out, and you just basically make it out. You don't get further than that.
Yeah.
However, you are a rogue, right? So you have a bonus action technically that you
yes, I have a bonus action
to do all kinds of stuff.
which includes dash.
Yes, for instance.
So I will take that action.
So you're basically in an alleyway that leads to the left and to the right. To the right, that's where you came from originally. That leads to that T intersection that leads then back to the square. You have no clue where the alley to the left leads. You, however, see, you look to the left, you see Lyra running down in that direction.
Okay, so I'm going to guess that turning left will take her either to her workshop or ours.
Not sure. What do you want to do?
Follow her.
Okay. You can reach her, basically, with your extra 30 feet movement speed, 25 feet movement speed.
No, I don't quite want to catch her, actually.
Okay.
I'll just keep pace with her, assuming she's...
Okay. She looks over the shoulder and she's, what are you doing, you fool?
I give her a wave.
Okay. That was Lem's turn. Okay. Lyra's turn. She turns to you. And she will grab what looks like some sort of sand and just blow it into your face.
Color spray.
Oh, it's worse.
Oh, is it? Oh, poison spray?
Let's see. How much health do you have left at the moment?
Enough.
How much exactly?
I have just over half full health.
How much exactly do you have?
Okay, 14.
14. Okay. As the sand hits you, your eyelids get heavy, and you sort of fall down to your knees, lean against the side of the thing, and then just fall asleep.
Jolly good.
Okay. Pius, your turn.
I suppose I have to stand up.
Yep, you do.
And then I will attempt to run out the door.
That's pretty much as far as you get.
And then if I can look and see which... Do I see anything?
You do see on the left side, you see you can't quite make them out in perfect detail because it's kind of dark there.
And because I'm me.
Would be Lyra and Lem. Lem actually like sort of falling down and just sliding down the side of the wall. You're not quite sure what's happening with him.
How far away?
Running footsteps coming from the right.
Okay, how far away is Lyra from me?
From you, she would be about 25 feet as you are at the door, basically.
Okay. Oh, decisions. I'm gonna cast Charm Person on Lyra.
I believe that. Okay. Let me see. Uh, 30 feet. Yep. With some saving throw with advantage. That is a 16.
Yeah, she makes it.
Yeah, she shakes off the spell.
That was the only thing I could think of to do in the long run. All right, well, that's my turn.
Yeah, do you have a spell slot left after this? Or was that your last one? Because you only have 2, I believe.
Well, I can cast Disguise Self at will.
Yeah, that's true. And you
so,
didn't have anything else.
And I didn't cast anything else, so I have one more spell.
Okay, excellent. Tulip, you're at the
what do I
stairs.
see when I exit the?
So you're walking up, which you'll have to put your coconuts away because you need your hands to climb up the ladder.
Yeah. Okay.
So you move up, and you see the room is empty. The door is just destroyed, and you can see outside of the door. You can see Pius is standing there with his back towards you, looking down to the left. And there's a second door leading somewhere in the building, into the building, probably deeper into.
Is there a upper floor?
There is, but you don't know if there's like in this room. There's no staircase. You have seen that this building had an upper floor, one more floor above your head, so it was a 2-story building, ground floor, first floor.
Are there any windows? Did I see any? Did I see any windows on the upper floors of this building?
Yeah, there were windows. Yes.
No, I'm just going to exit through the door.
You won't make it that far, I'm afraid. Oh, actually, yeah. If you use your action, yeah, you will. If you're not doing anything else, you make it.
No, I'm going to exit.
Okay. You can now see around the corner come 2 whiffs of smoke shooting around and coming towards you. And you can see there's two of these little smoke elementals coming from the right-hand alley and shooting straight towards you. Not quite reaching you, but you can hear them as they're flying towards you. Lem, you are asleep.
Yep.
Lyra turns to you, does this, and disappears. To the 2 of you, basically. What do you wish to do?
Oh, so it's my turn?
Yes. Come on.
I've got to run down. I've got to run down the. Well, so the smoke elementals are within range of me now, or?
Yeah, they're about 30 feet away from you at the moment.
I'm going to take my full move towards Lem.
Okay. Yeah, you use your full. He's about 25 feet away from you, so you need your full movement to get to him.
And I will. He's sleeping. Okay, shoot. And I can't let him get caught.
What do you do? Quickly, you don't have much time.
I'm gonna lift. Can I basically get him on his feet?
I mean, he'll fall back down, but sure.
Well, can I, as an action? Well, okay. So let me ask this then: can I pick him up, basically, and like try and jostle him to, in one action? Like I'm picking him up against the wall hard,
and then
so
right, give me an athletics check to see if you can lift him.
Oh boy,
because you're not that strong.
No.
And lifting a person who is sleeping on the ground is actually not that easy.
No, it is not.
10. That's not quite good enough, I'm afraid. You sort of lift him up, but you drop him back onto the ground, which, however, does wake him up.
Excellent. So something
on the ground, and your eyes open as you hit the ground, basically, with your shoulder blades.
My only words are run.
Ketchup is a vegetable. What?
All right, Tulip, your turn.
I'm going to run out of the building and I'm going to activate the coconuts again. That's the second charge of the item.
Running up the building? What do you mean?
Out of the building.
Oh, out of the building. Sorry, I thought you meant like up the wall or something.
Sorry, it's my accent. Sorry.
That's okay.
So I'm. What are the elementals doing?
They are coming towards you. They look kind of.
Okay, so I'm going to run. I'm going to try to outrun them, like basically.
Okay. Sure. So you're just running past your companions, booking it out of there.
No, I'll try to move to like run in the direction so that the elementals won't like. I'm trying to distract the elementals so they will follow me. But
basically, there's only two. You're like the doors here. You
okay.
Coming wall behind in front of you, and there's only an alley left and an alley right. The elementals are coming from one direction, so you can either run towards them, back into the building, or down where your companions are, towards your companions. That's all the options you have.
Yeah, I'll try to run past them.
Okay, so you guys see how this little gnome, Tulip, with massive speed, clacking his fucking coconuts, just runs past you really fast. The little legs like sprinting.
I'm disguised. I don't look.
Oh yeah, you're right. You just see a random guy running past you with coconuts. Okay. You can see now herders, two of them, appearing around the corner. They're still quite a bit away, but they're like, "You there! Stop! Don't move!" pointing at you and starting to run towards you. And the smoke elementals both shoot forward, and each of them will target one of you. So both Lem and Pius, you both are targeted. They open their mouths and they release this stream of smoke towards you, or ash, really. Both of you have to give me a dexterity saving throw, please.
Well, it was nice knowing you guys.
14, that is a success, and 9 is a fail. Lem, so Pius, you managed to throw your hand up and protect your face, but Lem, you're sort of still on the ground. You look up and take it straight into your face, and you are blinded. You can't see anything. There's like ash and soot in your face, in your nostrils, in your mouth, and in your eyes.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And that's the elemental's turn. And they're also closed in to about 20 feet away from you now, where they are at the moment. That was their turn. Lem, you're up next.
Did I see the herders approaching before I was?
You could hear. Yeah, you sort of glanced up from where you're lying. You saw the herders, and then you got a face full of ash.
Officers, thank heavens you're here. You might just be in time to save the day. They went that way, but there's a tunnel underneath there where they were trying to sabotage one of the teams. We thought we'd caught them at it, but unfortunately they overpowered us and escaped.
Okay, so counting that towards the officers, basically?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll come to that. Pius, what are you doing?
I'm going to go with his play. If I do anything against that, his story goes to the toilet. So I have to stop and immediately put my hands up. Wait, stop. We're not at fault here.
Tulip, what are you doing? You can hear your friends protesting behind you.
Okay, that's okay. I'm going to run and I'm going to try to outrun.
Yep. Yeah, the elementals are both shooting after you. The two the two herders plus 2 or 3 more of them with their elementals are sort of closing in onto your 2 friends. Okay, so roll me, Tulip. Roll me. I'd say roll me 2 dexterity checks to see if you can get away, and I'll do the same for the elementals.
Okay.
Because you have slightly more movement than they do, I will give you advantage on the roll. Or they can fly, so they can cut corners and stuff, which makes them only slightly less fast.
Okay, that's
Okay, 12.
13 and 21.
Okay. At first, they are closing in and getting very close. They're opening their mouths, but you manage to cut a corner. You leap over a small wall. You duck under, and you run away and disappear in the darkness. And you have escaped. But so random gnome has disappeared with not being caught. However, there's 2 gnomes. One of them is technically Lyra. Weirdly enough, Lyra is Lyra who speaks, well, a female gnome anyway, who speaks with a male voice.
Would I still maintain the disguise after being unconscious?
Oh, actually, no, you're right.
No.
You're no longer Lyra. Yeah, good point. So you're both covered in soot and ash, and you're surrounded by a bunch of herders who, 4 of them grab you, and the other 2 start looking through the building, and you can share like, yeah, there's a workshop, and take those 2 to the headquarters.
Yeah, well, absolutely. But at least some of you should get after this woman. She's dangerous. She's trying to.
What woman? We didn't see any woman.
No, absolutely not. But believe me, she was there. And if you go and look, evidence of our story. Go and look. There's a tunnel in that building.
We already, both of you give me a deception. Oh, actually, Lem, I suppose, is the one that's talking, mostly talking. So give me a deception.
Can I aid him in that? Because my A.
What are you saying?
We saw her. You just missed her. She blew this door up as we were trying to keep her here, and immediately ran this way. You can see her. I'll point down to the footprints that I saw, or can see. If you look, you can see she ran.
Both of you. So Lem, give me a deception check. Usually you would have disadvantage because you've been caught red-handed, basically, more or less. However, with the aid, you will get advantage. So that's just a straight-up deception check.
Okay. Oh.
13. I'm afraid that's not good enough. They don't believe you. They
fucking lost.
That's all right. We don't need to. These guys aren't the guys we really need to convince.
They take you in to the headquarters, basically, where you are presented to Commander Nekas, who you have met before, who recognizes you, of course.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well,
and starts grilling you basically about what's happening, and he hears the story about the tunnel and the explosion, basically, that happened in the Umberdeep. What's it called? The Umberdeep workshop, and you can see he's definitely 100% sure that it's you guys that were there. I mean, you were caught fleeing from the scene. No one else was seen.
But the story we're going to tell is completely true, except we miss out who cast the shatter spell.
Right. It doesn't change the fact that you were the only ones he saw there, except for one more guy who actually escaped. That you are
yeah, but we have no idea who that person was.
Of course not.
And that's a true statement also.
Anyway, so I will give you one opportunity. So what's your story? What's the story you're going for? I'll give you one last roll. However, this will be with disadvantage because the weight of the circumstantial evidence is very heavily against you.
Okay, we're going to tell completely the truth about everything that's happened.
Okay.
including the fact that we unearthed the rust monster plot.
Okay.
But the only thing is that the second plot, we knowingly went into it purely to try and get enough evidence against them to bring to the authorities.
Right.
We didn't expect them to
Act so soon.
Act before we could warn the herders.
And they had some spellcaster with them who obviously did something, but we don't know anything about that.
He gives you a look, stares at you for a few minutes quietly. Okay, who's the main? From the looks of it, it seems Lem is the main storyteller here, basically. So Lem, give me one last deception check with disadvantage.
Deception. Okay, roll number 1. Roll number 2.
Oh,
both of them. Gives you a look, and she says, "All right then. I believe there might be something to what you're saying, but I'm afraid the High Tinkerers would look very unfavorably upon me if I just let you go."
No, not at all. We are quite prepared to appear before them and explain it all again.
No, that will not be necessary. The High Tinkers have better things to do than listen to such tales, whether they be true or not. You will remain in custody until tomorrow. And then you will be released. Your team will not be disqualified.
Surely, you must disqualify the other team for this horrendous
Which
act.
other team? We did not see anyone on the scene. I just have your word. I'm afraid that is not good enough.
But you must have some method of extracting the truth from these people.
A method of extracting the truth. Are you suggesting we torture them?
No, of course.
Based on no evidence whatsoever. Don't be ridiculous. Get them out of my sight. Give them some nice cells to cool their heads.
No evidence? There's a tunnel and the woman who rented the room on the 5th floor. I'm not going to push my luck.
Out. Like, you are each grabbed by 2 herders, and they take you out into what are fairly nice cells. And there you will spend the rest of the night and the morning cooling off, and then being released just in time to see the great presentation, basically, which means that the fate of the Tinker Games and potential outcome will rest in the hands of Tulip the Bard and the wizard Dali, who is sadly not here, which means the outcome is uncertain, I'm afraid. And we will never know who wins the Tinker Games. Never, ever will this be revealed. But nonetheless, I had a lot of fun, and I hope you guys had too.
Are you serious right now? You're not going to tell us the ending?
No, it's never going to be revealed. Never, ever.
I'm never going to play with you. Ever again.
That's fine. I can't tell you the ending because technically we have to play on with 2 people, of whom one isn't here. So
yeah, I can. I was just joking.
Doesn't work. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for playing. This is the end of the Tinker Games? ? We'll see you next time. True Mouse Games says goodbye and bye-bye. Bye-bye and good night.